was it roughly like a 13-year stretch of his life. It's in the immediate aftermath of the most traumatic thing that could happen to a person. He survives the Holocaust. He escapes Europe amidst World War II and gets out and comes to America. He's been separated from his wife, who is clearly like his emotional twin. You know, the person who he has like completely wrapped his life around, at least intellectually and emotionally. And he doesn't have that person. He's in a new land. He's not speaking his native language, and he's just witnessed the worst things in the universe. He's in Dachau.
No, he's Buchenwald.
He's in Buchenwald. Excuse me. She's in Dachau. Of course, we don't really get to know this guy. He's deeply traumatized.
Right.
He's unable to, either is unable or doesn't want to communicate. He very quickly slips into heroin addiction because he's obviously trying to quiet whatever's inside him, and he's deeply damaged. And through this time, he's re-traumatized a couple of times. Some ways that are less severe by like having his agency taken away from him, and other ways that are incredibly violent and invasive. So we don't see the young kid at Bauhaus wowing us. We don't see how his mother treated him. We don't see what his life was like between the ages of 50 and 70 before he became more infirmed. We don't see really any happy times. We only see bad times. And when things are bad, and when things are bad for a lot of men, as you know, they tend to go very internal. They tend to not communicate.
Yeah.
And he doesn't communicate a lot.
I think it's not the lack of communication. And even I know, people have been like, well, he kind of has a temper and he's meant to reflect. Frankly, I don't think his temper's that bad. Like every single complaint he has, it's grounded in reality. And maybe he shouldn't throw the book at the contractor, but that's kind of...
That wasn't nice.
That's not nice. And that's kind of when you like violate some HR things. But otherwise, he's just exacting, So that's what I have to say.
I really enjoy when he pulls the other architect aside. He's like, everything that is ugly and stupid, and especially ugly, is yours.
Yes.
When you mentioned that one of the centerpiece scenes is that conversation between Harrison, which is like all charm and all ideas. I view the one like release moment is a moment when I talked to Adrian Brody. I tried to signal this to him without actually spelling it out. And he didn't know what I was talking about, which I thought was notable. I was like, the one time when you let loose, when you like explode, is when he's in the car with Ershebet.
Yeah.
And he's like, they don't want us here. They don't want us here. That's like him finally verbalizing what it has taken him 10 years to get off his chest or to feel comfortable saying or whatever, that he feels as alienated here as he did in Europe. He feels as unwanted, as hated, as misunderstood. And then that like sets up what's coming next with they're in New York, and nephew and niece are moving to Israel. And should they move to Israel as well, or should they stick out in New York? And so I do see him as basically like a forcibly restrained artist who doesn't know how to talk. And so you don't get a lot of what you're circling for.
I think what I'm bumping on, and it's not the performance, and it's not the restraint, which all makes sense, and which I think is like frankly magic, and like the pain, and like there's just almost like a door to Adrian Brody's like heart that just like keeps opening and closing without saying anything. Like it's really it's remarkable. But on the one hand, Laszlo Toth encounters like every single bad thing that like could ever happen. I mean, he does. And it is also true that like none of it is his fault. Like it's all being done to him. But as a result, like you don't see him make a mistake. You don't see he's like pretty inhuman in the sense of
he does feed his wife heroin to get her out of his spell and almost kills her.
Yeah, but even that, it's like because she's in so much pain, and that is also like where they get to have like an emotional connection, and he confesses like his deepest dark secret to her, and then like
this is like when I go shopping for Campari for you and my wife.
There's so much Campari at your house.
What's
going on here? I mean, yeah, like he's not living like a perfect life, but even like his multiple hand jobs. The first one,
he's got a thing he likes.
Yeah, but that one, he like the first one when he arrives in the U.S. and he's like, I don't really want this. I just want the hand job because anything else would be too close. Because really, like in the back of his mind, like he still loves his wife.
Yes.
And
he's getting bullied by his friend into getting a hand job.
Yeah, and then like he meets Gordon and he's like, well, I'm just going to stay in line overnight so that your kid can't, which is like a wonderful thing to do. But he has no flaws. And I think even his terseness and his exacting idea of what this monument should be. I mean, again, you shouldn't throw like notebooks at other people, but otherwise that is presented, and I think we are meant to see it as like a commitment to something holy and bigger, and then what it is actually revealed to be, which is like we are trying. He's so mad about the height of the ceilings because he's trying to recreate like the exact specifications of his cell at Buchenwald. You're like, okay, so he's a little blameless, and I find that I found that limiting when I was watching it. I was like, when are you? Where it made me aware of outside forces of the movie or something. Do you know what I mean?
The associative quality of the filmmaker would imbue a character with that idea.
And I was just like, okay, but I've been here for 3.5 hours, and like maybe you should make one mistake.
I think it's extremely astute, and you're not wrong. I think you can rationalize it as I have and will.
I mean, heroin is bad. Don't do it.
Yeah, I mean, he has a very bad temper. He's extremely emotionally closed off. He's downright awful to his wife when she comes to America. I would say he's not quite as saintly as you're portraying it, but the idea that you look at it is right, which is that this character is valorized in this world, which is mostly a broken, corrupt, grubby world.
Yes.
And if you look at the movies that this movie has been compared to, let's just use The Godfather because that's an easy way to explain it. Michael Corleone is not sympathetic.
No, not
at all.
No.
By the end of the first Godfather film, he's essentially the villain. And in the second Godfather film, he's sort of Satan. And obviously, that is a choice we make. And we say, oh, well, then the filmmaker isn't associating himself specifically with that point of view. He's more elucidating the way that systems and families work and the way that the nation, it's like imprints these ideas on us and makes us burn each other down, as opposed to an artist who is historically a more saintly figure, a figure that operates in solitude and creates something special that no one could understand but the artist. But that's what I believe too. I'm a person who talks about art for a living and likes it and wants to believe in the holiness of the act. So it doesn't really bother me.
Yeah, I guess I believe in the holiness of the art and not the act.
Okay.
And
that's why I talk to the directors.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it is because I do sometimes at some point get impatient with what is like undeniably like a very hard thing to do, and there is a lot of work that goes into making anything, and that is just like the practical physical work before you deal with everyone else who's trying to make a buck off you, which is the only way to get it out there. Which like the impatience that Toth has for literally everyone else in his life is like inspiring to me. I understand
you are
that.
A brutalist.
Yeah, so I understand all of that, but I get tired of listening to it because it doesn't affect. To me, the result is the result. You either get there or you don't, and maybe I'm prefiguring like how I feel about things. I don't know. Maybe this is therapy. We're discovering it in real time. But I I think
This is why this is such a special movie. This movie confronts you with all of these ideas and asks you to
Yeah.
think about how you really feel about them.
But
That does not happen in fucking The Fall Guy.
I mean, I agree with you. I said all of that. But I do also think I feel differently than what the movie is putting forth. And it's like, again, to me, I was thinking about this with, like, when you guys were talking about A Complete Unknown, which is a very, very different type of movie in a lot of ways, but is at least, it's about an artist. And I've heard...
And interestingly, doesn't take that saintly portrait.
Yes. And also, I think, to your frustration, at least in the first conversation you had with Mal and Chris before you guys just, like, started, like, exchanging bootlegs, it doesn't explain anything about him and is maybe also, like, incurious. And it really just does present him as, like, well, this, like, intriguing and, like, undeniably, like, magically talented person just showed up.
Yeah, a shadow swept into town.
And, that to me is exhilarating, like, that you just get presented with something. And I do believe that, like, some people have genius and some people just don't. And that is, like, part of what makes it genius. And so I don't mean to diminish the struggle, but this movie does also end by saying it's the destination, not the journey. So the holy thing at the end is more what matters to me than all of the whining.
Do you want to talk about Erzsébet Zsófia and where the movie goes in the end? Is there anything in the first half that you want to talk about anymore? And we haven't said the name Guy Pearce.
Oh, yeah. Well, we said Harrison Van Buren.
Yeah.
I want to talk about Guy Pearce again when we talk about whose movie is this. I guess we mentioned there were several other characters in this movie that to me they have less weight to carry, and so they are more vivid. And I mean, Guy Pearce, like, steals this movie for a huge portion of it. And I do think there is something telling that, like, the character and the portrait of the evil venal businessman, or, like, the interloper, the person getting in your way, is to me, like, instantly indelible. And the saintly artist guys are like, well, we're, like, feeling out how we feel about him, but, like, the movie knows who the Guy Pearce is.
100%. I wrote this the first time that this is a very real thing when an extremely powerful person comes into your life and they can immediately seduce and if they want to destroy you because of what you're willing to give them, because you start imagining what they could create for you.
Right.
Courbet nailed something with that construction. He found the right actor who had the right, like, mix of charm and insidious underbelly, but also so funny. Like, you can't, like, you're supposed to laugh. He's supposed to be such a ridiculous, hilarious character.
And, like, I mean, just his booming American voice, which we know, is not his natural register. Also, Joe Alwyn, like, the way those guys are hitting their R's, it's like it is almost like a parody of Americans that is perfect. Like, that is how the Americans in this movie should be speaking. So I mean, I can't believe that Guy Pearce is not going to win an Oscar. Like, he kind of walks away with the movie for me.
I think A Real Pain not being nominated for Best Picture throws a slight monkey wrench in there. However, I think that would mean Edward Norton would win, but that's a whole other conversation.
Right, yes. We've been doing a lot of Complete Unknown in my house.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, but that's just once he's just like a Rolling Stone, please. Like 2 minutes in.
An
And I
hour
was
and
like,
20 minutes into the
well,
movie,
that's sort of the whole point of the movie.
Yeah.
Anyway, the other characters and the other performances. I mean, are you ready? Should we talk about it?
Absolutely. I felt like you went in, though, looking for Kitty Oppenheimer. And did you find her in the performance by Felicity Jones?
Not in the construction of the character.
Okay.
In the performance, I mean, yes.
You think it worked?
Not at all.
Yeah,
and
people are pretty split on this.
And I know Adam had it right when it's just she's just sort of, for my money, like, disastrously miscast. And you mentioned that an earlier version of this movie had a whole cast of actors who I think would have been wrong, except for Marion Cotillard as Erzsébet, and that clicks the character the second half of the movie in just like...
She was already the star of The Immigrant, which is, like, such a close comp.
Adrian Brody was also already the star of The Pianist.
Very
like,
true.
what are you doing?
Very true. Good point.
Felicity Jones seems like a wonderful person and has just, like, never really been the actor for me.
Yeah.
And, like, I think even when I heard the cast, I was like, really? Are we?
Before the Reese Beecher controversy came out, about the fixing, I had heard people had said to me, I have no idea if this is true or not, that her ability to learn Hungarian was, like, unmatched. That people were like, I don't know how she did this because she's speaking a language that is incredibly difficult to learn.
Right.
And, Brody, I guess, had the advantage of having a Hungarian mother and, he grew up with his grandfather and he at least had heard the language a lot and she had not, and she just learned how to speak it in the movie. And people were like, what the fuck is this? Is crazy how she pulled this off. But I do think that she has a little bit of the black licorice thing for some fans who are just like, I don't buy her in movies.
Something, and this is related to Reese Beecher, and I know I'm a proponent of the, like, you gotta sing to win the Oscar, and I think that's really true. Everyone talking about, like, learning lines of a different language, even a language as difficult to pronounce as Hungarian, is the same as learning how to sing, or, I mean, they're memorized. Most of this is just written out, in letters.
Look at you caping for Monica Barbaro, just so
Well,
blatantly.
I am caping for Monica Barbaro, like, so hard, but what are we talking? She learned Hungarian. No, she memorized lines, Like,
Are you sure she doesn't understand it?
I'm not sure. If she has, do we have any clips of her
Let's go right
doing
now.
Hungarian?
What do you think?
I don't know.
Say Amanda is so wrong in Hungarian.
Am I out of line here?
No, I don't think you're out of line. I think it's more people could probably learn the foreign language if you're reading it off of a letter than could just learn to sing out of nowhere. I think there's a more inherent talent that you're tapping into that is a little bit harder. But also, like, it's not just reading lines, right? Like, you have to understand the intent behind it to be able to put the right
Well, I
inflection
have to be
and great
honest, Bobby,
performance.
some of the line readings in both Hungarian and English, I didn't really feel brought the craft that I have come to expect from the Brulettes.
Many people agree with you. I never tripped on this at all. I really didn't feel like I was watching a performer who was out of her depth or didn't fit in the movie. And I don't know, maybe I just like her as an actor. It's one of those things where this is just pure subjectivity.
And maybe I don't like these characters either. Like, by these characters, I mean this and Amy Adams in The Master, which, I'm a little bit with Adam in the once, like, 2 hand jobs, including one very angrily given by, like, a cross wife.
We all need a supplicant.
Yeah. I see the influence. And I guess it's not. I mean, that's great. You're right. Seeing movies is good and liking movies.
Hand jobs, we've all been there. It happens. It's part of life. It's a part of life.
But I mean,
Don't look at me. Why you look at the camera at me?
We're just talking here.
Yeah, but I don't know, what was I really supposed to get from that character? And, like, she's got her own career and she deals with losing her life, like, in it, like, not her actual life, but her job and her family and everything in a very different way.
Yeah.
And she takes she's writing, like, a women's column, and because that's the only journalism job she can get in America, and she wants to go back to Israel to be a grandmother. I'm like, I guess there are different ways of dealing with trauma, and that's what is being illustrated.
I think that's probably just a representation of the way that America viewed women, and that it's not this,
Right.
Evolved, sophisticated land of equality that a woman who would be as well educated as she is at Oxford, who has a more sophisticated job in her native country, comes here, like so many immigrants who come here, and are asked to do less than what they are capable of in order to make a living. That's what that stands for. I think in the movie, they're meant to be a team, and you see the way that she charms Van Buren and almost navigates that relationship on his behalf because he doesn't have those tools. And you could see a world in Hungary where she did that for him, and that's something that you see a lot of great artists have.
Producer
a
wife
partner.
or the producer partner,
Yes.
sure, yeah,
and
which is
that's
a very common thing, including on this movie.
Yes, and Brady Corbet's partner,
Yeah.
who is also a filmmaker, who knows who is who in these relationships. But I don't know, I watched that and I was like, this actually is how it is. Anytime I meet, like, a power couple, one person has one job and the other person has the other job. And that was how I understood the character. Now we get less time with her because she only comes in the second half of the movie.
Right.
So if we're concerned about developing Laszlo, she's even less developed. I mean, we don't really know anything about her other than what she shares to Van Buren. So it's never going to be as deep a character. If you don't like the performance, I can't argue that.
Yeah, I don't like it, and I think it's just so uneven in terms of the presence that like if you buy him as much as I buy Brody as Hoth, and you don't buy her, then the entire concept of the characters and whatever equality or power couple, like we're a team that is meant to be communicated, just kind of
Didn't hit.
it doesn't happen.
What about? Okay, so I wrote about this on Letterboxd.
Oh, good.
I'm going to tell you about it right now.
Okay.
I guess you have not seen it. You haven't been keeping track. Zsofia.
Yeah.
Who is the niece?
Yes.
Who is the daughter of, is it Laszlo's sister?
Yes.
Laszlo's sister. And it sounds as though she has died, and so she is then paired in Dachau with Felicity Jones's character. And she is mute for the entirety of the film until the end.
No, until she's pregnant and is like, I'm going to
until she goes to Israel. She's the first character we see. She's portrayed by Raffi Cassidy, who's also in Vox Lux, who's also in White Noise.
First and last.
First and last person that we see in this film. I obviously noticed that the first time I
With
saw the
interest?
movie. Well, not really, honestly. I probably didn't think hard enough
Yeah.
about it. But it occurred to me, and I think this is the intention, is that this is a movie that is told from her perspective. And that the reason the movie ends the way that it does, and she has the last word, and she is the one who interprets the work of the artist, is it's a literary device, the way that you might have a connected family member telling the tale of a great member or couple in a family. And I don't know why that didn't occur to me the first time, but it completely alters my perspective on the film because she is a person who moves to Israel and who is a Zionist and who sees opportunity to communicate her politics and her faith through these works of art and this life story. And that doesn't mean that that's what the movie is about. It means it's something that people do.
Yes.
And it's something
And
that people use art
this
to
character
do. The same way that Harrison Van Buren uses art to make a gymnasium, and the city forces him to make a church. And so it's all of these influences that encroach upon what an artist wants to do. Now, again, that only flatters the thing that you're saying is kind of annoying, which is that this is like a perfect portrait of an artist. But maybe it also complicates it because maybe Zsofia is creating an act to honor her uncle, who she sees as such an important person in the story of art and her faith. So there's a reason he's not flawed. Also, the other thing too is that she has met every main character in this movie, which I find interesting. Like when she comes into the film, like everything she's communicating, it can be rationalized, it can be logic.
Yeah, I don't think your interpretation is wrong, and I think it is probably right. I mean, it is undeniable that the first shot is of her in a room somewhere in Hungary, we assume.
Seemingly as
Yeah,
days
and
are
like
happening.
right. And not only does the epilogue close with her, but they flash back to that exact room. So you're meant to go back to it. I think that the way the character is handled in the intervening 3 hours just does not communicate that device and perspective effectively enough for me for it to land. And
That may not be the intention. It's just my reading.
yeah. But you don't watch it the first time, and because there's so much in between and it happens so quickly.
It's just so much movie.
Yeah, and like it doesn't land. And to go back the second time, if you're looking for it, you can kind of piece it together. But I don't know if that is fully developed, to be quite honest. Which is my larger issue with the ending, which is like cool ideas that I think are kind of like tacked on, almost in
How
like
so?
a super. Well, okay, so I mean, let's talk about the ending. That's more about the epilogue. I wrote in here, where does this movie turn for you? And like maybe it doesn't turn for you. I had a couple instances where I was like, this is interesting. The first is when Felicity Jones shows up, and and there is like that delineation from part 1 and part 2. And I think part 1 is like pretty unassailable. Part 2, Felicity Jones shows up, and I'm like, well, this is interesting. And I wonder if this is how you really meant for this to go. But I'm going to keep going on with it. And then there's the Carrera trip, which that was tough because as soon as they do that shot of the quarry, I was like, this is the best thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Mr. Marble Dude is my #1 film character of
Yeah,
2024.
the Italian anarchist. Shout out to him.
And gives like an incredible speech about the only time he's left the quarry is to like go beat Mussolini's body with his dead hands. And he's got like that immaculate sweater and the hair.
Yeah.
And when he shows up late, he's like, I will go take a coffee and then we'll go. I mean, listen,
Actors rolls his eyes.
incredible.
Yeah.
Loved it.
Would you give up a few fingers to have that guy's swag?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because he earned it.
May I also like age as well as he does,
The
Like,
locks are beautiful.
yeah, he's doing great. And then they're partying and,
This is all part of the plan, though, right? Like he draws you in. He's like, I'm going to give you the beautiful imagery, and
yeah,
then
okay, so
I'm gonna hit you.
Okay, and so then Van Buren rapes Laszlo Goth. And here was my reaction sitting in the theater. As soon as I heard the pants, I'm like, I was just like, oh no, like don't, but not in like I want to protect this character. Like he's been through too much. This is like a horrible thing to witness.
Too
Like
bold and obvious a
I was
stroke.
just like, what the fuck? Like, what are you guys doing? And I watching it the second time, like I obviously thought a lot about it, and the way that sex is used in the movie is notable and clearly trying to set that up, or at least like the exploration of like sex is power. Did you know? Which then gets really, really literalized. Like we need another word beyond literalized for the. I guess Adam Newman's Meta 5 is very good. And I do understand at least structurally what they're trying to do in terms of the sexual dynamics between each character in the film is explored, including Zsofia and Harry,
Harry, yeah.
aka Joe Alwyn, who just hats off to that guy for just being the worst man in every movie that he takes on. He does it willingly, and then he's just like cinema.
It's almost like filmmakers saw him in his real life and thought, is this the worst man in the world?
Wasn't
Let's put it to the test.
No, he got dumped for what's his name? What's that guy?
Matty Healy.
Yeah, Matt Healy.
Mhm.
So that's not his fault.
Okay.
Listen, now she's dating Travis Kelce, and we got to do that whole Super Bowl thing again. Whatever, not his fault. But so everybody has a weird, awkward, memorable sex scene that is meant to communicate something about where they are in life and how their bodies are being used or violated. Like I get it. I felt throughout that the sex scenes were like a little bit more shock value than character development. Like they were always just like way weirder than they needed to be. Which like sure you can go for it, but
That's my tempo. What can I say?
well, it's just kind of like
Sex can be a very
gilding,
weird thing.
gilding. I mean, sex is weird, but it's like at some point I was like, okay, you guys are really trying to let me know that there's like some weird sex stuff going on here.
Well, okay, so I definitely had the same thought
Yeah.
in the first hand job. I was
Yeah.
like, interesting. That is the base of this man's dick.
Yeah.
Like they're just going to show this is that kind of a movie. Like very early on, it's like this is a European film. This is not an American movie. Like
Well,
we're going to.
the first hand job, I was like, okay, that's
It's
fine.
not something you would see most American movie stars do.
Totally.
What happens in that sequence.
Totally.
And so I think it's trying to say to you, like, strap in. This
Yeah.
is not a Robert Zemeckis movie.
Right.
You know what I mean?
But I'm talking more about like his, the old timey porno that he goes to see in the middle, and it's like, okay, cool.
Yeah, I
And-
think to me, I mean, you could
And
probably
then
be like,
the secondhand job,
Mhm.
where I was like, all right, I too like the films of PTA, and the Zofia. I guess that one's okay. That's just like that's relatively subtle.
they don't show it.
They don't show
anything.
anything. Yeah.
But it's communicated pretty clearly.
Yeah.
That there's something kind of forcible and awkward going on with Harry.
I guess in a way that this movie is like doing it all of the time.
Mhm.
It's really doing it all. But
Yeah.
anyway, so tonally, or I guess in terms of we're going to make explicit the explicit, I guess the rape makes sense.
It's just not a subtle movie, and
It's-
it's not a subtle gesture to have the evil capitalist patron rape the artist.
Right.
That is the most you could literalize it to your point. One of the core ideas of the movie, and he chooses to do so. The case that I would make
Yeah.
is that many of the films that we consider great films, and many of the reasons why we remember these great films, tend to do these things. They tend to have
Yeah.
very big, clearly communicated gestures. These are not subtle, ambiguous, quiet films. They're films about desperation and confusion and violence. And so when you go down the list of movies that are clearly influences on this movie, and when you go down the list of like the epic, which is what this movie is in the tradition of, they all have this shit.
I don't disagree, but and so like structurally, it is in keeping with the rest of the film. But I don't know, like my reaction in the moment, and my reaction walking out was like, well, okay, and that's where it turned,
Mhm.
and then it moves very quickly, and suddenly
Now this is where I bumped.
Yeah.
And still bump.
Okay.
Is
heroin to the dinner scene.
the dinner scene.
The dinner scene sucks.
This is the weakest
and,
part of the
and I
film.
don't know. I think that like the resolution of the dinner scene and like Harrison Van Buren's ambiguous but like
I think
pretty clear death.
I think that's why that scene happens.
It
Because
has
you need to get
yes.
to that. Yes.
And that does make sense. But like, why is she just like even her dialogue? And again, maybe it's the performance. She's like, "You are an evil rapist" in that weird accent, and I was like, "Well, let me tell you, Felicity Jones is not built for this."
Yep.
And it's
It is the weakest part of a movie that, to that point, has made bold moves that I'm like, wow, I can't believe they did that. But the whole time I was there, I was in it.
Yeah.
I was not distracted at all. And then when that scene happened, I was like, gosh, I hope this isn't the last scene in the movie. Because
Right.
this would be a terrible way to end this movie
Right,
that I'm loving. I see it as like it's cement in the construction, and there needed to be an event that would traumatize Harrison, that would reveal him and traumatize him. And this is the best that they could come up with.
Yeah, but it's like the plot mechanics are like really showing, and it's
agree.
showing both narratively and in execution.
Mhm.
I mean, at least the Felicity does it. Once like Joe Alwyn is going upstairs and the camera's following him, and
shifts.
they're searching for him,
Yeah.
and even
Great wonder there, by the way.
what?
And they're following him up the
Yeah,
stairs.
no,
The
it's really
camera-
great.
The technical stuff in this movie
And
is
his
crazy.
performance and like the suggestion that it's not unfamiliar
He
behavior.
knows, yeah. They know.
Yeah, that they know, but like, but again, that is just it's a suggestion. The movie communicates without being like beat the drum literal.
Mhm.
That sometimes subtlety actually does work for me, even in a movie like The Brutalist. So it doesn't work, and that kind of pretty quickly after the rape, you're kind of like, all right, these plot points are like rolling up pretty quickly, and
Mhm.
things are getting dire and also obvious. And and in the middle they shoot up and she almost dies, and that's bad. I'm glad she didn't die. But it's also like, okay, we just added an overdose into this. But like, okay, all right, shit's bad.
No, and people have pain, and they're trying to handle their pain.
Me too.
I have a severe hip flexor strain. I'm taking a lot of Advil. I'm doing my best. This is
I
life.
threw my neck out the other night.
This is 40.
It was like I was like, oh god, I'm never gonna be able to walk
I
again.
know exactly how you feel.
Yeah, it's okay. I got a new pillow and a heating pad, and we're back in business.
I'm very happy for you.
So that all happens,
Mhm.
and I'm just trying to like my
Clean
mind
up the
state.
epilogue here.
Yeah. So I would say that the last 30 minutes, and when I rewatched it, I was kind of like watching the clock, and so the last 30, well, except for the epilogue, last 30 minutes, and it's making really big strokes really fast.
Mhm. Yes.
And then the epilogue. Okay, so first of all, the epilogue is at the Venice Biennale. So A+. I was like, oh, I know where in Venice you are. I love Venice.
I thought as I was watching the movie, there's no way Amanda can hate this.
And also, I was joking about you performing the disco, but that shit rules. That's really funny and good. I have a real soft spot for Italian disco. So
All the variations on the score
yeah,
throughout the film are
the
really
score
smart.
is magnificent.
Yeah,
The
it's
score
amazing.
is like incredible.
Yep.
So Venice, that's cool. It's great. And then out comes Zofia, who you don't totally understand is Zofia right away because Raffi Cassidy is recast as
Her daughter. Which is played by Ariane Lebet.
Right. And so she's giving the speech, and you're trying to figure out in like real time what is going on, which is very cool. But and I like that aspect of it. And in many ways is the opposite of just like the last 30 minutes of yelling at you of like, okay, and now there's a rape, and now there's an overdose, and now there's a suicide, and now everyone's yelling. But it is revealed that that Toth is being honored at the Israeli pavilion, which seems to indicate that he did eventually follow Erzsébet to Israel, even though she's not there.
Mhm.
It's 1980, so some time has passed. She was not in good health. He has been designing buildings, which we see by some sketches, now infamous. You also see their locations, so they're almost all built in the United States in the 70s.
Yes.
And
A lot in Connecticut.
yes, and which is where the Attila's wife is from, who we didn't talk about at all. I liked them. I mean, I didn't like them as people, but those were some great scenes.
The first half of the movie
Yeah,
is
and another, and a lot of sexual stuff going on there. But
this is a huge theme of the movie.
yes, but
The
they're
insane
implied,
weird desire of artistic people. And the way that when
But
we get
they're
close to artistic people, we get more turned on because they can access something we
implied
can't.
and danced around as opposed to fully hit over your head.
True,
So-
but the same way that like there's something that makes us hate ourselves for how attracted we are to certain things, and like that's what that whole scene's
Yeah.
about. Where she's like
Yes.
hot for him, but she can't help make fun of his nose, and she can't help lie about him making a pass. And the same is true for Harrison and his relationship with Laszlo. Like this is good stuff in the movie. I like that stuff.
Yeah, of course, but like
It's too
you
much.
understand my point.
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So-
these people want to fuck. What's the problem
That's
here?
great. Everybody wants to fuck. That's cool. Listen, all I want are movies where it's like two people want to fuck. But even in that, I tend to prefer the ones where they fuck immediately after the movie ends,
Yeah.
as opposed to I like the foreplay, as I guess what you could say.
Okay.
Okay, so and they finished the community center. We know that in the epilogue.
Yes.
Because it's shown in a drawing that may or may not have been drawn by AI.
The
And
only
then-
things that were completed were sketched by AI are in the video.
Oh,
That
okay.
is behind him, or
Okay.
behind her while she's giving the speech.
Gotcha,
Apparently,
yeah.
everything that we see while they're walking through the hallway was drawn
Okay,
by
that's
artists.
good. That's good. Okay, and then she starts into her speech, her tribute to her uncle, adopted father, more or less. And you are right that it is very pointed and political, and whether or not she is infusing her own interpretations or whether it is just the intent of the thing is unclear.
Mhm. It is deeply ambiguous what the intention is.
But she reveals in her telling of it, which when you're watching it for the first time, you're just kind of like, okay, so I guess this is what happened, especially after 30 minutes of just rapid plot being thrown at you. And it's like, okay, well, this was actually all designed as a tribute and a recreation of his time at the concentration camp. And then she's like, he did it, ta-da, it's the destination, not the journey. And then one of the greatest song cues of all time. One for
You, One for Me by La
Yes.
Bionda, the Italian disco.
Yes, speaking of Italian disco. So I walked out of the movie. This was very late. I think I made like what can only be described as like an Amanda emoji as I walked out just to myself. I was like, okay, I like gotta go find my car.
It's not a good movie to have no one to talk about with
No,
afterwards.
I was like, all right. I think in the moment I found the treatment of the Holocaust tribute as like a reveal to be in poor taste.
The first time I saw it, I thought it was genius, but I was like, oh, they treated this like a reveal.
Yeah.
I've come to understand it totally differently.
But most people will see this movie once. So
100%.
So it's
when I
important
talked to Adam about it, he was
yeah.
like, the artist is a smuggler. We love that idea. He
Yeah.
smuggled in all these ideas,
Right.
which he may have. But Laszlo does not talk during the epilogue. In fact, he's in a wheelchair, and it appears as though he's infirmed in some way and maybe unable to communicate, which would allow Zsofia to speak on his behalf with her own intent.
And that's all fine, but it's in the span of about 5 minutes at the end of a 3.5 hour movie. And then it hits to one for them, one for you, one for me, which like maybe that's from the perspective of Zsofia, but I like don't think so.
No, I think it's from the perspective of Brady Corbet flipping his
Yeah.
fingers off at the people who pay for movies.
Right.
And Matt Olkin art about what directors do and what actors do.
Sure, but you also just have to connect it to the discussion of the art that came immediately before it, and the artist as smuggler, and this project that he was laboring for so long, and also had to build a church in the middle of was actually like a reconstruction of the thing. And also his love for his wife, which like okay,
Certainly some gilding of the lily there.
right. So my instant reaction was like I think that's in poor taste, like much in the way that like 9/11 shows up in Vox Lux along with everything else, and I'm like okay, sure, if you want like that just that grab bag of let's use the greatest horrors in history
Yeah, I mean, you gotta
for
remember,
my own narrative. But
like this guy starred in the American remake of Funny Games. You know what I mean? Like this the cinema of confrontation of transgression is obviously something he loves.
Sure.
He's doing it over and over again.
Sure.
He's trying to upset you. He's trying to make you like, ugh, they just raped him. Like that's the intent.
yeah, but I don't go ugh. Like I'm not like wow, how transgressive,
Or,
and like how
gross
dare
choice.
you?
Or the world is gross. Whatever your takeaway is. Like I think
No, my takeaway is like, come on, like Mr. Highfalutin, you're like trying to do like one of these great things. I'm like no, you didn't nail that. Sorry, I like respectfully, your britches are too big for whatever's going on with you, and that's maybe that can lead us to like the final thing of does the movie have to stick the landing? Well, I don't know. Let's talk about the ending a little bit more. But
do you see it in any particular way?
yeah,
The epilogue in particular. I mean, that is the thing that for people who have seen the movie more than once, for
right.
Oscar voters, I guess, like the movie it's not been widely seen yet. I think it's only in like 800 theaters or something. It's done actually really good business, but this is never going to be a movie that, as you say, people like millions of people will see 5 times,
right?
For a variety of reasons. But it's incumbent on us when you get a big juicy piece of steak to like dig in.
So I think I understand it a little bit more the second time around, and now that you've had the warning of because once you see it the second time and you're reminded, oh right, it starts with Zsofia. It starts with, and I think the last sentence of that scene is we want to make sure we get you to your proper home, or something that is about like your home in like a very sinister way. And so this idea of what is home and can there be a home for anyone and all of these things becomes resonant and is resonant in the epilogue. Her character is more or less abandoned until 2 hours in. She gives one speech about Jerusalem, and I still think like my first viewing of it and just being like, okay, is going to have a lot of people feel, and like it has to be because you only get one shot with someone with a 3.5 hour movie. And I also, even if it is about her and she's the narrator, but like, okay, so what does that mean? Like, what does that change for you?
It means that no matter what an artist does, people always use what they do to their own ends. Like that, I think is a huge part of the intention of that entire experience. And that there's all as much pomp and circumstance as necessary before a project begins, as much as is necessary after it ends. That like to be in the world of arts, especially at this high level, you are constantly being evaluated and reevaluated and used. And that might be
a fucking break. I mean, honestly, I have no patience for like as a long project. I'm sure that's true. Like that's tough. You also got to make the movies.
Sure, yeah. I mean,
is the movie good enough that
he has been very circumspect about whatever happened on Vox Lux. It's obvious they wrote this in the immediate aftermath of that movie being released. I don't know if he didn't get final cut. I don't know if they made him change a lot of things. It clearly pissed both of them off, him and his partner Mona. And so this being the thing that they threw themselves into, the only reason that like you're being like come on and being frustrated by it is because like this movie might win Best Picture. Like if this was just an independent movie and A24 didn't buy it.
No, I don't think that's true. It's because first of all, because I saw Vox Lux, and second of all,
well, maybe it wasn't the movie you wanted you to see.
And second of all, because it asks for 3.5 hours of my time, and it does want me to think about it. And so there we go. So that's the thing. It gets me asking all of these questions. I'm engaged in it. It's obviously an achievement on so many levels: performance, craft, like ideas, the conversation around it. Which and I don't mean the Brutal Boys. I mean like people who have seen the movie wanting to talk about it, and me have been like waiting for 2 weeks to talk to you about it. Is it still is something that is so ambitious still great if it can't land its own plane? And you think it lands its plane?
I'll give you the dumbest answer I can give you.
Yeah.
I gave this movie 4.5 stars.
Okay.
That's the dumbest way to answer it.
Like at some point, I just like am mad at all of you for being on your like wavelength of conversation.
But I understand that. But the truth is that I think that this is a movie that has flaws. But relative to the movie year that we just had, it's a movie that exceeds others in my view. Yeah. Despite those flaws.
Yes.
And that's how I've always thought about things. It might be sports brained and stupid, but I grew up reading Roger Ebert and I was trained to think in certain systems. And the same way that the Oscar race is foolish and all art is subjective, a movie like this, very few movies allow for the possibility of conversations like this on the show.
Totally.
To me, that's like a massive achievement. Am I grading movies against my very own particular personal experiences? Yes. So every personal
life. All the time, and we should all be more explicit about that.
So to answer your question, can this movie be great even if it's not fully great, not 100% great? Yes, because no movie is.
Yes. I mean, so I agree with that. I have been thinking a lot about like if I had seen it and if I had done a proper top 5 list.
Where would it sit?
Yeah, where would it sit?
Like, put it at 4?
And would it sit? Because I agree with everything you're saying, and in the context of the show and like being able to talk about things, like God bless them. I'm like amazing stuff. And also like it's very good, and it's definitely one of the better movies that I saw for the calendar year 2024. I do think that there is something embedded in it that is about greatness and certainty, to bring in another Best Picture contender. And it's like if you're gonna go for it, like then you set the standard high. Like you have to go for it.
Think about it like this. This is helpful. I think. Was Challengers number 1 for you?
No, Anora was.
Anora was. Sorry, was Challengers 2?
Yes.
Okay, so Challengers was 3 for me. And Challengers, for both of us, was a joy machine.
Mhm.
It does not mean it's a flawless movie, but you would put Challengers over The Brutalist in part because you think about what the movie's trying to do. Is this fair to say?
Right.
And versus what it accomplishes. And so The Brutalist is reaching for something that maybe it cannot achieve, but it is reaching.
I think-
Whereas Challengers, which is great,
Yeah.
its ambitions are lower. They're still way above most of what we do here, but it is lower.
It is the,
And so how we grade these things, how we canonize them or not, is so complicated because that intention that I keep circling back to, people are like, don't talk about the intention. What is the movie? Look at the text. I don't live in that world. I'm never gonna live in that world.
well, I'm also using the intention, but I think this the self-reflection in a movie and the self-referential nature of it and the intention and maybe it's a little bit like, I read the character of Laszlo Luck like slightly differently.
I tried. You didn't hear this, but I tried to get Corbet, and he did kind of associate himself with Van Buren too.
Yeah.
Say like how much of you? I think I asked him specifically how much of you is in Van Buren because Van Buren's incredibly charming
Yes.
and an autodidact and a bit of a weird guy.
Mhm.
I think Brady is incredibly charming and a bit of an autodidact and a little weird.
Right.
And I say that with affection, but to write a character like that, you gotta be able to channel it. So if you think of the movie in this more multifarious way, where it's like, sure, he's Laszlo, absolutely, but is he also not Erzsébet? Is he when he is being supplicant to his wife when she's
Well,
directing her
I'm
movie?
talking about like who he is in the movie. That like the movie as like its belief in like an artist, and like the artist is the holy
You
person.
don't love that. You don't love that.
And
You've never
so
loved that. That's not you.
and as I said when we're talking about it, like for me, it's not the artist; it is art. It is the final product.
Yep.
It is like, did you nail it?
Mhm.
And then a fascinating thing about this movie is that like Laszlo did, but because of the budget of the film, like like they can't build it, we can't see it.
Yeah.
Um,
The $20 million
right.
building. Yeah.
So I think it's that strain and that argument of the movie that keeps me from that I disagree with like in the text of the movie, and that also like kind of holds me back and being like, well, but
Yep.
it turned like it
That's it.
did.
Let me ask you a question that I've
Yes.
thought about a few times. Do you think a lot of the details of this kind of discussion will fall away and this film will go into the canon?
It's a great question.
And does it matter if it wins Best Picture or not? If it loses Best Picture, is it more likely to go into the canon? Whatever that is, however loosely you define that.
Well, who's canon?
Yeah,
So that's
can't
sort of
totally
the
answer
thing.
that, but
Like it's like our canon or like
the way that
AFI's
we
like
remember-
top 100.
the intersection of both. The way that we remember Chinatown.
Right.
I'm not saying it's as good as Chinatown, but just the way we remember. Another movie that I would say has flaws. Perfect script, great performances, has flaws in my opinion.
Listen, I know that you're just preemptively yelling at people on the internet.
I know, I gotta stop doing
I know,
that.
but that's fine. You're always allowed to find flaws in
Well,
things on my watch.
it's been so easy for us to say The Social Network, masterpiece, because it lost Best Picture to The King's Speech, and so not only is it the synthesis of all these things we love, it's also really an underdog now, relative to the way that movie history is codified by awards.
I guess so, though I think the thing that has made The Social Network great is that it's less that it lost Best Picture and more that Mark Zuckerberg and Facebook continue to be Mark Zuckerberg and Facebook.
That has helped.
Um,
Thanks, both. But anyway,
yeah.
ultimately, what do you think?
it is a long movie that's hard to see in the intended format,
Mhm.
and I think that it might just not. I don't even if it wins Best Picture, I don't think it will be seen as widely as many of the other movies that you just mentioned. So I don't know. Like in a film nerd canon, I think it's probably like in the new film nerd canon, it's probably already there.
I think that's the thing is,
Yeah.
we think canons are made by the old, but they're really made by the young.
Yes.
And young people, by and large, that I've heard from,
Right.
love this movie. In part because it's the first movie of its kind that they've gotten since they've been alive, since they've been interested in movies. Because movies like this don't come around very often. They can also acknowledge that it has flaws. They're not saying it's perfect.
Yeah.
But I just hear from a lot of listeners of the show who are under 25, under 30, and they're like, "Brutal Boys, let's go, assemble, let's do this." And God bless them. They care about movies and they want to see something.
Yeah.
They want to see somebody try to make something great. And so because of that, we watched this year specifically with Interstellar. Interstellar having
Yeah,
a
of
10-year
course.
anniversary, getting re-released, doing great business at the movie theater with a
Right.
re-release. That's a movie that you and I, we were like a little older when it came out and a little more skeptical of. But if you were 18 when it came out, or 10, or even
Yeah,
25,
listen.
you have a totally different relationship to it. And so my gut is that it will be,
I think so too.
especially if it loses to Emilia Perez.
Yeah, we have to talk about Nosferatu, but then we'll come back to whether it's going to lose to Emilia Perez.
Yes.
Can I quickly add something about what I think the movie is doing? Like we're focusing a lot on the artist-patron dynamic because of the format of it being cinema, and like we know, and Brady's talking about that a lot, so that's like unavoidable to characterize the discussion. But I also think like part of it, him and Mona, like the script itself, just textually speaking, like they're interested in that being the lens with which this just unravels what America is. Like you guys didn't even talk about a lot of like the B-roll that they were using about Pennsylvania. Like Pennsylvania is America. It's like urban, it's suburban, it's agricultural. It is the state that I think the lore around it most accurately represents what like the American dream would to be sold to an immigrant coming, particularly who was in the escaping the Holocaust in Buchenwald, like one of the camps that America did liberate eventually.
Mhm.
And so like I do think that a lot of the stuff that we're talking about, like Laszlo has to kind of be a cipher, and I agree with you, Amanda, that I actually was hoping to like occupy his mind a little more by the end of the movie. But I also think that that's kind of the point, like what he says earlier on in the movie, like the materials are supposed to show themselves. Like that is
Right.
the philosophy behind brutalism. Like cement is great. I don't care if you can see it. It is great for building buildings, and Laszlo actually says that. And so I think he ends up being a little bit kind of like a mirror for America. Who, like Van Buren is just America rolled into one character. He's all of the good, the bad, the ugly, and everything in between. The repression, especially because the relationship with his mom is sort of implied there's something sexually repressive going on in that. And I think that like we get caught up in this dynamic because it's like, okay, this is a movie, and we can kind of think about the fact that there's an artist being represented in the movie as like a metatextual version of the movie itself. But also like I think that they were swinging at something so huge, and that's what I really loved about it. And that's what Sean, what you're alluding to is like we don't get a lot of movies that are actually trying to like take down the totality of what America is. And that first lasting image of the Statue of Liberty, I do think that is sort of setting the expectation like I'm going to flip America on its head by the end of this movie. And I think it gets there, and that's why I think it's personally great. While at the same time acknowledging like there are things in the second half that to me I wouldn't have sort of chosen to go that direct of a route. But also when I think back on it, having seen it twice now, I'm like they told us they were going to tell us everything was going to happen.
I think it's a totally accurate and insightful reading. I think if you're ungenerous to the movie and you think that the artist is self-interested primarily in the creation of the movie, that the idea of America and American capitalism as this like all-consuming and destroying force is used in the same way that the Holocaust and Jewish identity is used, which is as a vector for a personal feeling.
Mhm.
And if you are ungenerous, that's what you would say.
Form follows function.
It certainly does. And Anora, a much smaller movie in scale in some ways, is about the same thing that you're describing. It's about the relationship between labor and wealth. It's about the relationship between sex and power. They're the same movie in so many ways. And there's like these transgressions against this character that we love, who isn't innocent and perfect, but also flawed. And how flawed and are they flawed enough? I don't know. We can debate that. But that mode of a story, I will slightly disagree with you that idea comes across a lot in independent cinema. The idea that we are being crushed by the system that we are forced to live under is quite common. the way that it's communicated in this movie is not common. It's hard to do and complicated, and it's also being suffused with all these other ideas that we're talking about integrating into the American idea. I totally agree with you about all the archival and the using Pennsylvania, and I think I rattled off a list of famous Pennsylvanians to Adam when we did the podcast, and it's just like the perfect snapshot of how great and terrible. America is simultaneously. Again, though, like the movie stands up to all this. Like it is a useful magnifying glass for everything that we've said. What a joy! What a great thing to happen for movies, that we can have movies like this, and it's not easy to pull it off. I think there's also some like legitimate conversation we had about the $10 million budget and that only being accomplished because nobody got paid on the movie, which is like sounds like a really noble thing until you start thinking about everybody who is not Adrian Brody and Guy Pearce who didn't get paid on the movie. And I have some questions about that.
And also given the text of the movie, and
exactly
who makes money off of art?
Yes, and you could say, well, was it the long range idea that if you make this movie great enough, that it'll draw attention to how valuable these movies are, and that people get paid more on the next movie? But that's the insidious thing that is in the world, the arc of art too. Like, is there any
ethical way to build anything in America at all, or to do anything under capitalism, or under the dream that we're being sold? And I think the answer is probably no.
Yeah, the answer is no. I think I'm a little bit less intoxicated with that specific idea because I'm like, I made up my mind on that idea.
Same.
Like I'm just like, it's bad. It's not gonna get better. It certainly wasn't any good in 1947, and so maybe it's a little less chewy to me personally, even though I think you're 100% right in seeing it that way.
And I mean, I think that there's some like self-examination going on with that too, because Brady's American.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like there is some sort of like inner repression of what it means to also have come up in this and lived in this that is being explored too. I think your point about him being parts of both characters or split between all the different characters, I think is a valid one. And I think sometimes can explain why maybe parts of Laszlo feel a little flat, because like the part of yourself that you think of as the artist, it might be that's just one dimension of you.
How much of Laszlo is Mona? I don't know.
European.
Absolutely true. They got that in common. Very good movie. I'm glad that you did not come in here and just like piss on it and say what a stupid asshole made this.
I'm not. Jesus Christ. I mean, listen, I know good content, and I'm a smart person with a brain.
And I never accused you of being otherwise. Nosferatu.
Yeah.
I'm very proud of you for going to see this film in the cinema.
So kind
of the inverse of the conversation we just had.
I tried to get you to take this off the episode. Like that was my and then
I just want to hear you talk about it.
I mean, well, here we go. So I did listen to your conversation with Chris and Rob. Rob, my mortal enemy, who's also a wonderful big picture guest. He's great every single time. I love you and hate you, Rob. And I think I netted out where all of you and you, Bobby, all netted out, which is like, incredible to look at. It is very hard to make a movie that's specific and detailed and beautiful. And but it is craft. It's an exercise rather than like an emotional connection. You guys like vampires. So not even you like, I mean, you do like them, but they hold your attention. Whereas I was listening to another episode you did recently. I was listening to the you and Chris half of February.
Okay.
And Chris tried to engage you, Sean, in a conversation about Chris Abbott's like Carhartts and his wardrobe evolution in the film Wolfman. And you just straight up liked him. You're like, I don't care about that. That's like not interesting to me in a movie. That is interesting to me. But like vampires and rats, like at some point you just like straight can't hold my attention.
Yep.
And at some point that is what happened to me with Nosferatu. I wasn't even scared. sometimes I was like, wow, look at that camera going up that staircase. That's very beautiful. And look at, Lily Rose Depp with her tongue and her cheekbones. I thought a lot about her cheekbones, and they are Johnny Depp's cheekbones, which is a little unfortunate, but she wears them well. So, but that is like where my mind was going, because I did not really feel an emotional core
Everything in the technical exercise aspect of it.
at the center of the film.
Well, Bob, in the notes you shared, I think a word that is useful in talking about it. How did you describe it?
Airtight. It is so considered, and I think that this is Robert Eggers' style of filmmaking, and I think clearly a lot of people respond to it, and it's undeniable how amazing the craft is and how amazing it looked, and how there's like maybe 3 people that can pull it off in this way. But I think it loses what I think the 3 of us love about a lot of movies, which is like that little piece of magic that you're not really sure what's going to come next.
I mean, the other word you used, Bobby, is sterile, which I thought was also very accurate, and I think kind of speaks to why I couldn't stay focused.
I got pretty involved in the second half in the Lily Rose Depp performance, which I don't know if I did enough of a good job talking about. That's the one thing that kind of moved beyond, I guess, the sort of schematic aspect of the movie, because it is a remake. We do know the story, even if you've not seen them or now film. Like you get the idea, you know. And so it's not that surprising. I think getting interested in her, not just the convulsions, but feeling like a little bit more connected to that character and understanding how she was feeling, the way that she sacrifices herself, and then that final sequence, which is so amazing and so painterly. But for like long stretches of the movie, I felt similarly. I felt like it's elegant and certainly considered. And I have had people explain to me this way. I don't know what you dreamt of when you were 9. That was like your ambition, but this is what this filmmaker dreamt of. He dreamt of being able to make his Nosferatu. This was the thing that drew him to art and theater and film. And sometimes the thing that is like your first thing, maybe you shouldn't realize it. Maybe it's not. It's hard to break form from where you were when you were that young and you were thinking about it. I don't know if that's true for him or not. And the truth is that the public doesn't care, because this movie's huge.
Yeah.
Like I'm personally stunned as a long time Eggers fan who was in fully since The Witch. I'm in my wildest dreams would I guess that this is like a $200 million movie or $250 million movie.
And I do think people like vampires, and if you just want to go see some weird shit beautifully rendered on a screen, which a lot of people do, and also like I'm not knocking that. That's great, and it is really well done. It just does not hold my personal attention.
I think that's legit. I think that's totally fair.
I actually think that like I'm really glad that I did go see it though, because of what you're talking about. The Lily Rose Depp performance is like that's genuinely electrifying stuff, and I think that kind of is like the exception that proves the rest of the movie.
I think a 10-minute reel could have communicated it to me, but that's okay.
Well, you saw the Zoom audition that was going around when you didn't see this. This was going around on the internet for the last couple of weeks of her Zoom audition for the part, because I guess they were maybe casting it during COVID potentially, but it was pretty authentic to the original audition, which actually made it into the movie.
Should we power rank some movies?
Let's do it.
Okay, let's bring Joanna Robinson in. Okay, Joanna Robinson is here. We're going to power rank some of these Best Picture contenders, but Joe, we haven't spoken since the Academy Award nominations come out. Give us your gloss. What do you think? Any surprises?
Give us your
excited about?
Yeah.
Thumbs up, thumbs down?
In general, pretty thumbs up, I think.
Pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good. I would say the big headline stories for me are Nosferatu overperforming. Made me really, really happy, personally. Love Nosferatu. And I don't know, Sebastian Stan being in the mix is really exciting for me. I think the director lineup is really, really interesting. All first-time director nominations, which is really, really fun. And then my guys Coleman Domingo and Yor Borisov being in here, which like was not a sure thing. Was a probably thing, but not 100%. That thrilled me to my core.
So you got a lot of what you wanted.
I did.
Anything you didn't get that you wanted?
I didn't get that I wanted. I usually, when the snubs happen, I usually sort of feel the sting and then put it in a box away, because we have other work to do, which is
very healthy. I don't do that.
Figure out how to go forward from there. I don't know. There's nothing I'm dwelling on. Marianne Jean-Baptiste, I guess. I did want Sing Sing. I did want Sing Sing in Best Picture.
Yeah,
I guess I ramped down my expectations to the point where I was like, Coleman getting it is my win at this point. So I took that win. I guess Marianne Jean-Baptiste in Best Actress.
Amen.
I think
I tried to move that conversation up to this episode because that's how much I want to talk about it. But
we just finished a long disquisition on The Brutalist and the brutal movement. So there was not enough room for hard truths.
Amanda weighs in.
Gavel bang.
Can't wait.
Why don't I have a gavel?
I know, do you have enough noisemakers for the show?
Can you bang the massive water bottle on the table? Does that work?
Okay. This is gonna end up with coffee in my lap every time we do this.
I saw a friend of ours recently, Tim Simons, and I brought the water bottle, and he was like, "Oh, the water bottle."
Jesus Christ. It has a life of its own.
The famed water
Somehow
bottle.
Chris was ejected from third chair in favor of the water bottle. What about you? Anything like 2 weeks later that jumps out at you that you've had some time to think on, that feels right or wrong, or that you're interested in terms of the races?
This is my PC, so it's going to boot into. It's like going to boot into Windows.
When it comes to getting the best value out of PC gaming, there is one way to do it that's a little abnormal, and that is you can sometimes find a whole PC that's faulty and perhaps fix it, and then you can extract some really good value. And in today's video, we are going to at least try to do just that and vlog the whole process, but this time on a high-end gaming PC with an RTX 4080 and an i9 13900K. Now, the listing states that they believe there has been a CPU cooler failure, and then that's caused the i9 13900K to overheat and then become thermally damaged to the point where the PC does not function properly anymore. And they were asking for this PC $3,000, which is too much for a PC that's got potential damage that they don't know exactly what it is. And I put in an offer of $1,800, and they've accepted. And the thing is, I said to them on one condition, and that is that I get to take over my PC and confirm that the graphics card at least works. Because if we're paying all this money for this PC, and the graphics card doesn't work, the RTX 4080, then we're going to actually get like really the bad end of the stick here when it comes to getting a deal. We're going to essentially be getting hosed. So for this test, you can see I've already got the PC ready here, pulled out the graphics card, and we're just going to put that graphics card in when we're there, and just test that it boots fine. If it doesn't, well, I can probably then offer them a lot lower on the spot. But if that works, I'll take the deal, and then we'll see what the problem is, if we can get it fixed. So let's go hit the road and find out what this PC is all about right after today's video sponsor. Do you need to get Windows 10 or Windows 11 activated and don't want to spend $200 or some other exorbitant price? Well, if so, today's video sponsor VIP SCD Keys has you covered. For as little as $15 using the coupon code BFTYC, you can get Windows 10 activated. For a little bit more, you can get Windows 11 activated too. Links in the description below to find out more.
Oh, cool. That one works. Sweet. There you go there. So you can see it working. So it works. This is my PC, so it's going to boot into. It's like going to boot into Windows. So yeah, that's how that works. So and then if it should install the drivers automatically. No, it's just it works. The graphics card works 100%. That's all that is there. So yeah, cool. All right, guys. Thanks a lot for that.
So welcome back to Tech Yes City, and we've got some really good news. We've got the PC in the back of the trunk with the GPU confirmed working, and also while I was there, they ended up asking me, look, do you have any use for any of this stuff? And there was 2 cases there that were looked like they were banged up, but they were pretty decent cases with clear side panels. There was a power supply, a spare cooler, and that's like a 14700K. I'm like, I'll give you $100 on top of the 1800 Aussie dollars for that other PC. And they're like, yep, that's fine, take it, we're just gonna scrap it anyway. So we've got like potentially the whole PC in itself that we can fix up here. It just depends. I'm gonna get back to the studio now and check it all out though, because I got a lot more than I bargained for here, that's for sure. But first, I'm actually in the area here where I can get some kimchi. So I'm gonna quickly pull into the place where I get kimchi from and quickly get some kimchi. So now we've got these 3 PCs, or at least 2 PCs in a case, on the desk here. And I'm actually going to go quickly through these deals, the $100 extra pickup first, because this was insane. This was the PC which we're going to get into very soon to see what's wrong with it. But on the way out, the lady just came over to me and said, I've got this, do you want this? And I looked at it, I'm like, it's an i7 7700. I'm like, yeah, I'll take that. Like, sure, like, we wouldn't take a free i7 7700. But then she said, like, look over here, can you use any of this stuff? And this was this stuff that was just in a pile. And I said, what are you going to do with it? And they said, oh, well, we don't know what it's worth. Like, we're just probably going to chuck it out. And I'm like, I looked at it, I'm like, well, I could use the cases if they got clear side panels. So I did exactly that. I looked over and I saw, well, wow, like, it's got a motherboard in it, you've got a GPU here, got RAM in it, and then in this build here, I actually just got this home now, I didn't see it at the time. It's just got 2 DDR5 sticks sitting here, and then like there's literally a 2 terabyte M.2 Samsung M.2 just sitting in there. I'm just wondering like what was going on in this place in terms of just like hardware. So I was kind of like, that's a really good pickup for $100 considering this right here, which was a, I don't know exactly what motherboard it is. It says there a Z790 Pro Wi-Fi, but the problem with this board was I checked it out. Like the really good thing is we've got an i7 14700K in that. So this is probably some of the best $100 I've spent in a long time. But this motherboard here is definitely not going to work. Like I can tell you now with pulling this thing out, because I did check it when I was there. This motherboard is just like that damage on that. Even if you can't bend that back because it's just destroyed in that small section there. I mean, I will give it a crack anyhow, but you can just see here, there's this, yeah, it's kind of like, I don't know if it was a matter of like, they fell into a lot of bad luck after they had a problem with the PC or something. I don't know what the whole story is here, but anyhow, the graphics card definitely works, the RTX 4080. And the funny thing is, I've just booted up this system with the i7 7700 now installed into this system, and that boots up absolutely fine too. And this has 2 SSDs already installed, a 500 gigabyte and a 250 gigabyte. So this is almost like a whole PC. Actually, I just got to add a cooler, and then there was this cooler that was just sitting inside this case as well. So this is like, man, this is like looking like a really good pickup. But let's put this stuff aside right now. This is all this stuff here. And let's get onto this PC right here and see what we can do with it. I'm laughing here, guys. So, because I initially booted the PC up, there was no signal coming out of it. So I noticed like this RAM stick in the middle looked like it was slightly raised. It was slightly elevated versus the other 2 memory sticks. So I just pulled out 2 of them. The computer just boots like absolutely fine here. It's like video over. There you go, guys. I'm gonna run some stress tests though. Yeah, and obviously with the 13900K, we've got to do something else in the BIOS very quickly to make sure that we don't have any instability issues. And I was actually talking to Fabio, in the part-time recently about this. And yeah, 13900K and 1400K, let's just go into the BIOS, 5.2 gigahertz, all core it up, and get back into Windows and run some stress tests on this thing and see how we go. So now we're into Windows 10. We've got OCCT, the stress test. It has finished the combined test. And before that, we actually came into some blue screens. And what we did there was drop that down to 5.2 gigahertz. But also, I reinstalled from Windows 11 to Windows 10 because as soon as I get into Windows 11, I'm just met with like instant lag. And I just hated it. So I want to just fresh install Windows 10, get my programs installed, start stress testing. And sure enough, we just passed with flying colors here. So I guess this demonstrates how good of a deal you can sometimes get on faulty, should I put their quotation marks, faulty PC hardware. With this PC, it looks like there's absolutely nothing wrong with it now. I think the max temperatures we saw on the CPU were 77 degrees, and then the max temps on the GPU were like around in the 70s too. So this PC is just running perfectly now. It is a bit dirty, but we're going to clean that up in the morning. It's getting pretty late here. I don't want to put, have the air blower just blasting noise and, annoying my neighbors at, nighttime. So we're going to clean up this build in the morning, as well as look at those other 2 builds and also test that 14700K that we got in the offshoot. And so I'm really looking forward to waking up in the morning, because this deal right here, once we clean it all up, it's going to be an absolute bargain of a whole PC. Considering we've also got now these 2 sticks of memory, which I will run a stress test on those individually outside of this OCC test, because I just want to make sure the RAM's stable. And we've got 2 terabyte M.2, so we can just take one out for a gaming PC flip. And then we've got spare parts for another gaming PC flip on top of that. So wow, I just think like lately, man, it's just, you're coming into just absolute ripper deals. And you just got to I guess what we're doing here is just broadening the horizon, right? Just looking for anything and everything. And I've also got, once I finish the stress testing out on this whole build, again, just like the last PC we did in the RTX video where the RTX cards was going out dirt cheap, I've got someone else lined up. I've got like a queue of people wanting these really high-end systems for good prices. So me getting just a phenomenal deal then translates into the person buying it getting a phenomenal deal, and also me still making a good juicy chunk of profit there. So right now, all I'm thinking with this whole PC is, my name's Megatron, this thing is Starscream. I'm going to roll you guys the clip.
This was almost too easy, Starscream. You're an idiot, Starscream.
So it's now good morning time, and we have cleaned this PC up right here. It's looking like it's brand new. There actually wasn't a whole lot of dirt to clean out with this thing. It came up really nice, really quickly. But then we got some bad news, also some good news, I guess. We'll quickly get the good news done. That is these two 32 gig sticks, so 64 gig combo. That works fine for the DDR5, and also this 2 terabyte M.2 works fine too. However, this 14700K is actually faulty, and it will not give out a signal at all. The keyboard, mouse, they don't initiate, and I updated to the latest BIOS on this motherboard in here. Now, that means that's probably what they were talking about in that listing when they were saying the CPU was thermally damaged. They probably meant this CPU, not the one that was in there, the 3900K. The rest of the CPU, I mean, technically it should still be on a mandatory 3-year warranty because it hasn't been out for 3 years. So regardless of me not having a receipt or having a receipt, it should have a warranty on it. And there's actually no physical damage on the chip whatsoever. So to me, it looks like a faulty CPU that hopefully should be able to get warranted. So here's the next build. What I'm going to do with this one is change over the GTX 1060 to a GTX 1080 and also just add a CPU cooler on, and we should just have like a budget 100 Aussie dollar build. However, there's one thing that is kind of disturbing. Like, well, it's eating at me because I know this was my case. Like, I brought this back from Japan because I haven't seen a case like it in Australia since when I brought it back. All these years flipping, buying PC cases and whatnot. And this was the summer, and it's SAMA, and I used this in a video from 8 years ago. And I just recognized like the things like this bracket here that hangs out, this black fan on the back, the no branding on it, the cheap perspex here, and also there's, like if it was a Cougar, for instance, MX330, it'd just be a little bit different and have a badge on the front. So all these years later, this PC has had, this case at least has had a hardware change. It's, I don't know, man. It's crazy how builds just find their way back sometimes like this. But I know this case was the one that I brought back to Japan. So that's just a crazy little story of how things can come back to you all these years later. Anyhow, let's patch this thing up and let's clean this thing up quickly and make it look like a gaming PC. So we've now just finished the final build here, the all stealth look, and that's mainly because we don't have the proprietary RGB connector at the front of the build, unfortunately, and yeah, so it's just going to be like more of a stealth look. But all up in total, we'll put the 3 builds, the price tally on all of them up on the screen here from this little mini vlog, and you can see what kind of magic we made happen here today, just mainly with the spare parts that people had, but also me using Parts Hunt recently, the motherboard combo and the i7, that combo for $100, and then also we still get to keep a water cooler left over from that. But PC number 1, I think it comes out to around $400, then PC number 2 is going to come out to around, I think, $50 or so. It's very cheap because we haven't really had to do anything with this thing. It's got everything ready to go. Then the final PC here came out to 1800 Aussie dollars. So all up in total, I think we just scored some massive bargains here in this whole one pickup. Let's take a little seat now and talk about what exactly happened here today. So looking at the score here today, I think we came out with an absolute massive win. And the reason for that is because we just got lucky ultimately, because I know there's going to be some people out there that will say, oh, you should have then texted them back and offered to give them a bit more money. But then if we look at the opposite side of the scenario, would they give me more money if I got that PC back or everything back and just everything was faulty? But the GPU, that's the one thing I tested. And the answer to that is, I think, no. So that's how that works when you take that gamble. I'm taking the risk of me going there and saying, okay, well, I want to make sure this RTX 4080 works, because if that doesn't work, then I'm risking just too much money here, and everything could potentially be broken. And if the RTX 4080 didn't work, I was just going to walk. And so that's the whole risk of outside of the 4080. I'm just saying, okay, well, if everything else is broken, then at least I got an expensive 4080 at the end of the day. And obviously I'd have a case. It's really hard to make a piece of metal faulty. I mean, the guy, when I was there, he did make a joke about, oh, this is how I fix PCs. And this is why he's basically going back to Mac, but then he showed me a hammer. I'm like, that's not how you fix PCs at all. I mean, sure, when you're dealing with like DDR2 systems, maybe, yeah, something like this, if you're putting a hammer to some of the components, then yeah, you can definitely be just costing yourself money because a lot of those parts are worth good money. But anyhow, back to the systems at hand. The first one that we went through here, the 3900K, ended up just being, I think what they had here was a system that was originally maybe an i7 14700K, and that went faulty, and maybe that had the thermal problems, and then they changed it over to 3900K, and then they're going to Windows 11, and they're having all these blue screen issues, and maybe those clock speeds being aggressively clocked too high, and then they're just like, man, we are done with this high-end PC stuff, we're going to Mac. And so for me, I'm like coming into this going, well, first-hand experience with these 3900Ks and 4900Ks, just drop that thing down to 5.2 gigahertz, and yeah, reseat the memory, clean it all up, and we got ourselves a working PC as well as, of course, installing Windows 10. But that was the first PC. That was just pretty straightforward. Actually, it was the most simple of the builds here today, because then we got into that second build, I believe it's my old case at the very least, just with some components that have been switched in there. That thing ended up having a problematic memory configuration issue. I noticed initially, even though I got it to boot quickly off 2 sticks of memory, when I installed the whole build, I got it to then start booting, it then just shut off completely, and then it only works with 1 stick of memory. So that's probably why that was in their junk pile. But anyhow, it does work with 1 stick of memory. Perhaps I can just advertise it as a real cheap Roblox office PC. But either way, it only cost me 50 Aussie dollars, and that's really nothing out of my pocket considering we actually got quite a bit of good gear there. If anything, I might just take the i7 out, put an i5 in, and then do what we said we were going to do before, and then use the i7 for another build. Anyhow, the last build, reuse the case and reuse that water cooler, and then we added all our own components in, the 7700 H270 motherboard combo, put our own 32GB kit of memory, and added that RTX 3050 in as well as Les's trusty $10 power supply, and everything is working absolutely fine. So overall with the used market, it is ultimately for me personally, just a matter of keep chancing it. And overall, just like this big success here today, when you keep chancing it, over time, it definitely works out a lot better than not chancing it. And so when it comes to buying faulty gear, I find a lot of times I actually end up getting much more than I bargained for, and it ends up being working out really well in terms of what I end up getting and in terms of the value that I extract out of those deals. But keep in mind, if you are getting into used PC parts, and I've met a few people like this, they've just got into used PC parts, they've taken a risk, and their first deal has just been a complete, like, everything's faulty kind of thing. And that can happen as well. I have come into deals in the past where they just say, look, the parts are either untested or they're faulty, and the stuff just like ends up being a complete wash. I mean, take for instance that Parts Hunt with that Threadripper. I took a $50 gamble with that motherboard, the X399 and the CPU, and I don't have another X399 board to test with, but that board I could not get that thing to boot. So I'm pretty much down $50 on that board. But the CPU, I might be able to resell that, the 1920X, and get my money back. But either way, that was sort of a bad example of what you can come into when you buy these parts that potentially don't work, and you think you can get them to work, but then they don't work. So keep in mind when you're doing this stuff on the used market, you can come into a lot of hassles and a lot of stress and a lot of bad experiences. But overall, you can get some real good wins out of it. Anyway, guys, hope you enjoyed today's little vlog and going through the whole thing. If you have any questions or comments about today, then let us know in the comment section below. Yeah, I'll see you in the next one pretty soon. Peace out for now. Bye.
Okay. Wow, we're a great looking family. We look great. They're brown, darn it. Oh. I'll make Bree my kid. Wait, can we just be roomies? No, I think I have to.
Hi, welcome. I'm going to take a break from my data updates, which I've
Guys, I don't even have words for this one.
Wait, hold up. Is he? That Wukong has no flash pass.
You're right.
Wait.
Yeah, you're right.
You can even dive him 2v1, I think. Wait! Wait! He has E up in a second. We might get a full tower here, honestly.
Wait! Los Ratones aren't just undefeated. They are unstoppable.
Is Baus gonna give us the perfect game, or will he die in the fountain?
All right, so it is time for yet another weekly Los Ratones news update. We here at the Score Esports take immense pride in being the unofficial source of all Los Ratones news coverage, and are absolutely tickled that our humble content offerings made it all the way onto the stream of the Rat King himself.
What is this? More words the next game. Los Ratones are saving League.
This is the best thing to happen to League of Legends since 2019, and it has nothing to do with what's happening.
I didn't pay him. What about that?
The focus of today's video is the fact that Los Ratones have still yet to drop a single game in the NLC. Not only did they sweep the group stage, but as of Tuesday, secured their first playoff win in the upper bracket quarterfinal versus DMG. And brother, was it a barn burner.
Bouncy, baby! Oh, there it is! The solo bolo!
Game 1 was just about the most un-Los Ratones game they've ever played. Up 7k at 14 minutes, tied in Drakes and Grubs, ahead in feats of strength, and 0 deaths on Baus. It was like, who are these guys?
The boys are mega locked in.
I will base though, you don't need me to stay. I have mana min.
We're 7k up in 14 minutes. Normally we're 7k down in 14 minutes. What happened to them? Who are these players? What?
Go high ground, take mid to top, win a team fight, and then just reset. They played like actual disciplined professionals. It was unbelievable.
Don't die, take perfect game.
I think we just base now. Or do you
yeah, says you, Baus. What? Look at the look at the patience and respect. They don't herald mid and just send it on an Nexus dive. What?
And then, well,
is Baus gonna give us the perfect game, or will he die in the fountain?
Game 2 was a lot closer, but Baus was so ridiculously ahead of his lane opponent that he was able to carry Los Ratones into the mid game and put them into a favorable game state.
Talk to me,
Bausy. That's what we like to see.
I need to go back top now, guys.
This is Nico. This is Nico. Yeah, it's fine.
Beautiful.
Nice box. You broke the game here.
From that point on, it became a classic Los Ratones clown fiesta. Things looked great, then shaky, then great, until Baus was up 4k, the inhibs were down, and the Nexus was exploding. The funny thing is that DMG tried so hard not to fall for the Baus split push baits, and still got throttled. And the one time they did chase him down, they lost 2 inhibs as a result. A perfect game 1, if we don't count the Baus fountain dive, and a near perfect recovery in game 2 made this a very one-sided series for Los Ratones. It's becoming fairly obvious that they're good enough to smurf a league like the NLC, but what isn't obvious is where their next step lies. Could they make it to EMEA Masters and dominate there? Maybe get to the LEC one day? Have to wait and see. Anyway, until their next match in 2 weeks, we'll just have to milk the Los Ratones hype train for all it's worth. We could release at least 2, if not 3 videos about how they're changing League of Legends as we know it, and actually not be exhausted about stuff to talk about. The best part is, I'm being serious. We haven't even touched on the spicy comments they've made about LEC teams, or how they're streaming scrims, or how they're encouraging other teams to do the same. It is not a meme to say that Los Ratones are awakening Western League of Legends from a slumber of sorts. I know I've said it before, but this shit has been stagnant as for like half a decade, and in desperate need of not only a shakeup, but kind of a sort of reckoning. And that's exactly what Los Ratones are giving it. See you next week. I want Cagel to react to us reacting to him. Like, we gotta go full circle. Get me a f***ing, like, rat t-shirt, and I'll just stand here, bro, and I'll do it for free. Best part is this team could lose every game, and I would still watch them. Religiously, I would still watch them.
Hey everybody, it's Lon Seidman. We are back with another cord-cutting next-gen TV update. A few of the broadcasters in my Connecticut TV market have started using some of the interactive features of ATSC3. This is my CBS affiliate here, and as you can see, I can scroll through some of the news packages that they have on the channel, and I can also look at the weather here, which I can select. Now, these require, of course, an internet connection to work, but when you tune into the channel over the air, you're prompted to pull up this interactive feature. And it works okay, at least when you're looking at it like this, but unfortunately, I'm having a lot of trouble on the ADT-H box, which is what I'm currently using to tune this in. and this box is the least expensive ATSC3 tuner on the market. Now, as many of you know, I've been very critical of the rollout of this new standard, primarily around the digital rights management encryption that is severely limiting our options as consumers to tune into free over-the-air television. But I like the premise of what ATSC3 can provide because it does provide a better signal and it provides much better video quality using modern video compression standards. The problem is that because of the encryption, this experience has been terrible. And what you're going to see me demo with a unit that the broadcasters are telling the FCC is good enough to roll this thing out to the country will surprise you by how bad it is. And once they rolled out this interactive feature, this box has been rendered completely unusable. I have tried to update the firmware, which I did. I even went to the beta firmware. All of the problems that I'm going to demonstrate here are currently on the shipping firmware of this product. And I can't imagine somebody who's not all that technically savvy being able to actually use this box to watch television. So it just keeps happening to me, honestly. I'm not trying to make this stuff up. So we're going to take a look at this and see what all the problems are, but also perhaps what some of the advantages of this interactive content might be. Now, I do want to let you know in the interest of full disclosure that I did purchase the ADTH box with my own funds. It's currently plugged in upstairs. All the opinions you're about to hear are my own. No one has reviewed or approved what you're about to see before it was uploaded. And of course, this is not a sponsored review. So let's get into it now and see what this interactive feature is all about and what all the problems it created for my ADTH box. All right, so why don't we take it from the top here? We're going to tune into the CBS affiliate that we were just watching here, but we're going to go into it from another channel so you can see how it presents this interactive content. So what happens here is that once you start watching the channel for a few seconds, it will pop up this message that encourages you to hit a button to tune into the features that they have on the interactive side. It does go away after about 30 seconds or so, but it pops up and stays here every time you tune to the channel. Now, if I hit the right button here, that will pull up the interactive features and I can go through the different options that this broadcaster wishes to provide to me. Now, if I go back here, I can tune into my NBC affiliate, which is the other one that has this feature enabled. So we're going to tune into WVIT here, and it'll take a second for it to go through. Now, this is where some of the problems start. So you saw before how I was able to keep navigating around that message that popped up. But here, what you're going to see is the little message pop up over here. Now, I can dismiss it by hitting the back button, but I can now no longer get back to the channel guide because it keeps popping this message up asking me to push the right button to tune into the interactive features. Another thing I noticed on this channel is that this broadcaster is now sending out their signal with HDR, and on a regular television, it looks very, very dark. And this is a feature, if you will, of the new HDR broadcasting that they're doing, but some of these boxes don't tone map properly, and that's why things look a bit dark here. Now, if I hit back again, I can't get out of this. We may as well take a look at how NBC provides the interactive features. Now, keep an eye on this little play button here because this is going to come back later in a few minutes here. So this is what the NBC Connecticut one looks like. It actually has a little bit more of a robust interface. So if I go to local, the thing that NBC is doing on their channel is allowing me to restart the show from the beginning, even though I haven't been recording it locally. Again, that will stream over the network. But as you saw, the interface here is very slow. When it goes away, it takes a while to get it back again. As you can see, there's just a lot of delays going on here, and this play button doesn't disappear after you get rid of the interface. So it's just a very slow and awful experience. I did try this with the Zinwell box. It was a little quicker, but still quite sluggish. And again, we have this issue of this interface not disappearing, so I can't get back to my guide unless I channel off, and then I can get the guide pulled up here, which we'll do. Now, one other thing you're going to notice is that this play button is not going away, and this is appearing on ATSC3 channels that are not encrypted. So the encrypted ones work fine. The unencrypted channels get this big play button blocking it. And I don't think they're doing it on purpose, but it just shows you what a mess this DRM is because I can't watch the unencrypted channels on the box that is designed for encrypted channels right now, which is a big problem. So it's just like one thing after the other here. And I pick on the ADTH box here because this is the box that is the most affordable option now for consumers. And at least in my market, with the latest firmware, this is the experience that people get trying to tune into this new television technology. I don't know how long this has been going on for. I just tried this out today, but this is what's happening here. If I go to another channel here, let's go over to WCCT here. Again, an unencrypted channel. It will tune in. I can see it up here just fine. When I get rid of the guide, there's our play button, and that is it. But then we can go back over to an encrypted channel. Why don't we do FSB, the CBS affiliate again, and this is going to work fine. Watch this. The play button goes away. You actually saw it disappear there, and no problem. We've got the encrypted signal starting up without any obstruction. Now, if I tune into a regular ATSC 1.0 signal, no problem. I won't get that thing popping up on screen. So here's an example. We'll tune into the ATSC 1.0 Fox affiliate here, and no problem. No play button. Everything works fine, although the signal's a little weaker off of that particular transmitter. So who knows? But this is my experience right now, and it seems like everything that can go wrong with this next-gen TV standard seems to be happening to me, one of the chief critics of it. But this is the experience that I'm having. I would love to hear from you. If your ADTH box is doing this in your market, I wonder if it might just be happening in markets where they've got this interactive feature enabled. But again, I'm on the latest firmware. I've rebooted the box. I have done a factory reset of it. I installed the beta firmware. I plugged it into my television in case there was some HDCP thing going on. None of this stuff changed the parameters here. It just isn't working. So there you go, the ADTH box with ATSC3 interactive content. I do think the interactive content has potential. The performance is really not so great. They've got to work on that. And perhaps if they allowed their signals to come into more than one device without the DRM, perhaps we would be seeing much better performance and a better user experience. But that's for another video. Until next time, this is Lon Seidman. Thanks for watching.
been working on for the last few weeks and talk about the news of the week. You think, what news of the week? Unless you've been living under a rock, you've heard of DeepSeek, right? DeepSeek has changed the way we think about AI. It's crashed the AI party, and the question is, what happens now? Now, I don't have the answers, and before I get started, I have to start with a confession, which is, I know very little about AI. In fact, I know probably know more about potato chips, and I've definitely eaten more of them than I know about AI chips. So with that basis, that what I know about AI is pedestrian and that what I might be saying might be completely off the page, I'm going to try anyway, because it's never stopped me before. DeepSeek has clearly entered the conversation, but for me, this is part of something that started on November 30th of 2022. If you remember, that was the day ChatGPT entered the conversation. And that opened the door to the AI hype, the AI story. I held off for a moment, but I really had no choice but to enter the fray, because I was in the AI space accidentally through an action I'd taken in 2018 by buying a company called NVIDIA. A company I liked then because it was a very good chip company. I would be lying if I told you that I saw AI on the horizon. I didn't. And because I held shares in NVIDIA, NVIDIA was one of the stocks that took off with the AI hype. I had to value NVIDIA in June of 2023 to see if I should hold on. So that was my first session/post on AI. And you can go back and read it to see if, and the question I was asking is, does this AI story have legs? And I concluded that it did have legs. And by a year later, that had been confirmed. AI clearly was here to stay. And I revisited that story because, again, I still held on to some of my NVIDIA, and an earnings report had come out with some bad news. And I wanted to ask, does this, create a change in the story? And I revalued NVIDIA. It was still overvalued, but by a little less. But it was part of the sobering up of the AI story. And finally, in another post/session that I did in 2024, I looked at the threat that I felt from a bot that had been created, that had read everything that I'd ever written, watched everything that I'd ever put on YouTube, and I looked at every evaluation I'd ever done, a demoted bot, and I asked the question, what can I do to stay ahead of my bot? So those were my three interactions with AI, and I kind of set it to the side until this week. So let's step back now. Let's think about the AI story. As I said, the actual story building up can be traced back to that date on November 30th of 2022. But AI has been around with us for a while because it reflects a coming together of two trends. One is more and more powerful computers in smaller and smaller packages, right? And the other is the accumulation of data about us, quantitative, qualitative, about what we do, what we spend, how we behave, primarily on tech platforms. So you think, what made ChatGPT so consequential? Because it brought AI into the public consciousness. It showed up in our daily lives. My wife teaches 5th grade, and she saw it in our classroom. You probably saw it in your in AI videos that showed up on your feed. So it was everywhere, and we had no place to hide. And it became the basis for the AI buzz that's driven markets since that day. Okay? And the story itself, if you think about it, before DeepSeek came along this weekend, was built on the following pieces. The lead piece was that eventually we would all be a market for AI products and services, which would make our lives easier, that we'd spend money on these products and services. How big would this market be? Nobody really knew, but they said it's going to be trillions of dollars, 3 trillion, 4 trillion, 5 trillion, a big market for AI products and services that would make our lives working as well as our personal lives easier. That's a starting point. The other big piece of the story was that to enter this market as somebody producing AI products and services, you needed two things. One is supercomputing power, powered by chips so powerful that only one company out there knew how to make them right now, which is NVIDIA. Others were scrambling, but NVIDIA had the lead. And access to immense amounts of data, perhaps on platforms. Supercomputing plus data. That already creates a structure for the market that you would see emerging out of it, because it creates entry costs for somebody to enter. So the market, at least, that would be created, the story is an AI market which would be dominated by a few big companies, more winner-take-all companies. Huge market for products and services, big entry costs because you needed supercomputing power and data. And the resulting business would be a business where a few companies would make immense amounts of money. Now, if you think about the winners from this story, that AI architecture of supercomputing and data creates three winners. One is you needed to invest in computing power, in chips and supercomputers. You need the energy to run these data centers because these chips don't run themselves. So you had power companies that effectively tried to make money on the AI space, and some did. And you had to cool these data centers down. There's a whole bunch of businesses in that space. And the processing of the data in these supercomputers required software and the data itself. So these are the companies that build off the architecture. Think of them as the immediate winners, because that's where the money is going now, is in building the architecture. Then, of course, when you look about the business structure, the winners here, who's going to win? If you think about what you need, supercomputing power and lots of money to spend on it, and data, big tech starts with an advantage. So the assumption was that the Microsofts and the Metas are going to have a lead in this game. Not guaranteed to win, but more likely to win. And of course, there will be innovators for subsegments of the AI space who will create customized solutions, again, using powerful computers and data for the sectors they operate in. And of course, there'll be ripple effects where there'll be other beneficiaries. You'll have employees at these companies who presumably will ride the AI wave to insane compensation contracts and huge amounts of money. And consultants who will tell businesses how to use these AI products and services. Nice, big business, lots of money. And this has driven markets for much of the last 2 years. That was until last Friday. Now, if you look at the beneficiaries from this story, there were many, but I'll pick a subset. I picked 5 AI companies. There are many more in the space, but I picked 5 high-profile ones. NVIDIA, Broadcom, Constellation Energy, and Vistra, both energy companies, and Palantir, which might be one of the few AI product and service companies that actually has figured out perhaps a way to make money. So 5 companies in the space, 4 architecture, 1 product and service company, and they've had a good ride. So what I've looked at here is the change in market cap across the last 4 years. So think of 2021 and 2022 as pre-AI, and 2023 and 2024 as the AI story. And I've looked at the percentage increase in market cap in these companies, and as well as the dollar increase. Now, if you look at the percentage increase, the biggest winner is Palantir, 1,285% in the last 2 years. But in terms of dollar terms, hands down, NVIDIA is the winner, added almost $3 trillion in market cap in those 2 years. Now, I also want to bring in the big tech companies in the story. So I've looked at the Mag 6, but basically I took NVIDIA out because you've seen NVIDIA in the other table. And I looked at the other 6 companies, they've perhaps benefited from AI. It's tough to tell because they have these other businesses on which they make money. But clearly, all of these companies have had very good 2-year period in 2023 and 2024. In fact, all of them have added $1 trillion plus. And Tesla is very close to trillion, $996 billion. Now, how much of this is AI is debatable, but clearly some of this at least is attributable to AI. So coming into Friday, we've had a couple of years of AI talk, and the market has bought into the talk, and investors and companies have benefited. So in September of 2024, when I valued NVIDIA, I built in the story as it stood that day. And my inputs reflected that story. So when I projected out revenue growth for NVIDIA, the big market story that you needed the NVIDIA chips to drive this market drove the growth rate I used in revenues. When I told the story about profitability, that fact that NVIDIA was a first mover here and would continue to have a significant advantage, animated my assumption that they would continue to have nosebleed margins, gross and operating margins of 75 and 60%. When I talked about their capacity to earn high returns on capital, again, the same story played out. So my point is, I'm not going to claim to be immune from the story. It's built into my NVIDIA valuation. But the bottom line, the reason I was as skeptical about the pricing is even with the big story in September of 2024, I came up with a value of about $87, and that was below the stock price then. And that stock price had reflected a drop that NVIDIA had seen after the earnings report, $109. So even with the big story, I found NVIDIA to play. But as I said, the big story, the AI story was everywhere. My estimate for the AI chip market was $500 billion. That's huge, but the only reason it's $500 billion is the ultimate product and service market is $3 trillion, $4 trillion, $5 trillion, maybe people were making up these numbers, but if you have a market that big and you need the chips, 500 billion. I assumed that NVIDIA, which has a dominant market share now, because these chips were so essential to the AI story, would continue to have a dominant market share. Not maybe 80%, but 60%. And finally, as I said, the margins were sky high. I assumed they would stay sky high because everybody needed these chips. Let's face it, NVIDIA had immense pricing power because the demand for these chips came from the fact that people believed that they could not build AI systems without these chips. So that's as of Friday. You're saying what happened over the weekend. Wasn't really over the weekend. The story of DeepSeek goes back to 2000. When Liang Wenfeng, software engineer, founded DeepSeek to make money as a hedge fund. Basically, he was going to use AI AI-like products. And that tells you AI was born well before 2022 to make money. Now, he really didn't get much traction doing that. And facing a Chinese government that was, kind of suspicious of speculative trading, he pivoted in 2023. After the AI story took off to say, okay, we're going to create a Chinese competitor to OpenAI. Because his intent was to enter the market with bargain basement prices, he realized he couldn't spend tens of billions of dollars like Meta and Microsoft were, because then he couldn't make his money back. So he did what disruptors have always done, which is look at the end game, the product, and say, is there a cheaper way, a different way I can get there? And rather than invest in the traditional story, expensive infrastructure and huge amounts of data, DeepSeek found a way, and I'm perhaps being simplistic here, of using much cheaper, less powerful chips, not even AI chips, less powerful chips. And instead of using immense amounts of data, you work with less data, but use rule-based logic to fill in the gap. And it worked. You're saying, why haven't I heard from it before? Because it became publicly available just before the last weekend. And starting Friday, you start to get glowing reviews from tech titans who looked and said, this is pretty good. So as you look at the DeepSeek story, it's easy to get distracted because there are side stories here which are interesting, but if you go down those paths, you're going to get lost. The first is the story of how much it cost to develop DeepSeek. I've heard numbers in the few millions. They developed DeepSeek for 5 million, 6, that's fiction. I'll wager it cost hundreds of millions, perhaps even $1 billion. And along the way, they used resources, including a few NVIDIA chips, to develop the product. It's still impressive, right? Because even if it cost $1 billion, Meta is expected to spend $65 billion, Microsoft $80 billion, it's still extremely cheap. So it's a low-cost development, but perhaps not as low as the numbers you see. The second is, a lot of the weekend I was looking at people talking, comparing DeepSeek to ChatGPT, DeepSeek to Gemini, DeepSeek to Claude, existing players, and concluding that it was holding its own and perhaps even beating the existing players. Amazing when you think about how much money went into developing ChatGPT. And OpenAI has raised and spent tens of billions of dollars. It was outperforming them on some dimensions. It's interesting, and we'll talk about why this might be. At least the tests I've seen of DeepSeek versus ChatGPT suggest that DeepSeek actually does better in engineering and scientific queries, and that ChatGPT continues to hold its own on verbal queries. So if you want your email written differently, ChatGPT would do it better. We'll talk about why that might be. Right? There's also the part of the story where DeepSeek was developed in China, and that adds a twist to the story because it's a twist about what does that do, the worries about sharing data with the Chinese government. And there may very well be action against DeepSeek because of it, but the genie's out of the bottle in a sense, because what DeepSeek did cannot be undone. The fact that DeepSeek is open source kind of defangs the Chinese story because it basically means that other developers in other countries can build off DeepSeek. And just in the last few days, there's been talk about OpenAI suing DeepSeek because they felt that that DeepSeek used data that was proprietary to OpenAI. There's a whiff of sour grapes to this, but the lawsuit might go forward. Who knows where that goes? These are side stories. To me, the big story with DeepSeek is what those side stories don't tell. But the effect of DeepSeek on the market was almost instantaneous, right? Between Monday and Wednesday, if you looked at what happened to the big tech companies and the companies in the AI storm, the effects were immediate, but they were disparate. What does that mean? A company like NVIDIA between the 27th and 29th, 3 days, lost about 13%. Broadcom lost 16%. Constellation and Vistra lost about 15 to 20%, the architecture companies. Palantir actually was fine. We'll talk about, maybe we can set up a structure that talks about why Palantir was relatively unaffected, the other four were. Meta and Microsoft, the two big tech companies that have been most active, not much of an effect. So it's interesting, the DeepSeek story has had an effect, but it's disparate. So let's get past the side stories and look at what I think is the main story with DeepSeek. When I read the story about DeepSeek, what struck me as most impressive was the fact that the DeepSeek creators chose not to go with the prevailing narrative. Remember, the prevailing narrative said you need to invest in NVIDIA chips, you need huge amounts of data. And instead ask the question, what are we trying to do? Is there a quicker and cheaper way of doing it? And that's why I described it as a classic disruptors path. There are people in hindsight who look at what DeepSeek did today, smart engineers, software, were saying, I could have done that. And you wondered why others didn't do it. It's because, well, it's easy in hindsight to say I could have done that. It takes courage to go against the conventional wisdom. That to me is the most impressive part of the DeepSeek story. So let's play it out. Let's assume that DeepSeek either doesn't deliver on its promise, it's stopped through legal or government action. Can we go back to last Friday? No, I don't think so. Because what it has done to the AI story cannot be undone. It's broken the prevailing narrative. Remember the story of the Emperor's New Clothes? You've never heard the story. It's about an emperor who walks through the town naked. But people have been told that if they're really smart, they will see that he's wearing the most expensive clothes. Well, the only reason they can't see it is they're not that smart. So everybody convinced themselves that he was wearing amazing clothes until a child pointed out that the emperor has no clothes. If you think about the AI emperor, what DeepSeek has done is it's not unclothed the emperor. Claimed it. And at least the AI emperor has had a wardrobe malfunction, and it might be time to take another look at the AI story. Now, when I teach my valuation class, for those of you who know what I do, I'm a teacher. And last week, I started my undergraduate valuation class. It was the first session. And during the first session, I talked about how every valuation is a link between story and numbers. And as part of that discussion, I said, when you value a company, you're telling a story about the company. And that story can change, sometimes overnight. Now, I don't know how much the words registered, because a lot that I say that they listen to and they say, right. But you know what? The DeepSeek story brings home those words much more effective than anything I can say. Because, when your story story has an alteration, it can fall into one of three buckets. Your story can break. What does that mean? Well, whatever story you were saying until yesterday, what's happened has broken the story. The example I often give is of a young pharma company working on this blockbuster drug. Everybody's looking forward to making billions, and suddenly at one of the stages of the testing process, it fails. That's a story break. A story change is something changing fundamentally in your story, that, or in good ways or bad ways, a dimension added on or taken away. And a story shift is your core story stays the same, but you could have shifts in the parameters. So the question with DeepSeek is, has it broken the AI story? Has it changed it, or has it shifted it? So let's go back. The pre-DeepSeek story was a simple one, right? There's a big market for AI products and services, trillions of dollars, which requires this entry fee of huge investments in supercomputing and data. That's a core story. The question is, what does DeepSeek? There are three ways you can read it. And if you think about the continuum, one is that it's a story break. That starting this week, the story is completely changed. That you really don't need supercomputing or data at all. That would be a story break. What does that do? It devastates it makes the entire AI product and service business a commoditized business. In fact, it creates an ironic endgame, which is, if this is truly a story break, we're all going to have access to far more AI products and services, and many of them are going to be free or very low cost. It's a story break. A story change is that DeepSeek will change the AI story, but only for a segment of the AI market. That there's a segment of the AI market which I'll call low grade, and I'm not passing a quality judgment, low grade in terms of their demands for supercomputing and data. And that portion of the market will now become commoditized, and companies can enter with low-grade computing power and less data. But there will be a segment of the market, it'll bifurcate the market, which will be a premium market, which still requires supercomputing and data, where people can still charge high prices and make high profits. That's a story change. And then there's a story shift, which is that DeepSeek will change nothing. That this is just another shooting star that you might rethink that, but next week we'll be back to treating AI as premium with a 50. Hey, you take your pick, because that depends on where in the continuum you're going to put. I pick 300. I do think that NVIDIA will continue to dominate that market and continue to maintain its margin in that market. Right? So it's a smaller premium market, but it still has the characteristics of the old story premium market. The cost of capital have shifted, not because of NVIDIA doing something dramatically different, but because the T-bond rate has gone up and the equity risk premiums have changed. Yeah. I did update the numbers for NVIDIA from September to now because there's been one additional quarter of data. If you remember my NVIDIA valuation in September 2024, the value I got was about 87. That's now down to about 78. I was actually surprised it didn't drop lower, but no, I've lost some oxygen in my story, but it's still a very valuable company. It's now more overvalued than it was because the price has moved in the wrong direction. So I think it's time for me to do what? Sell another half of the half I've left, which leaves me with a quarter. Why not sell it all? Well, greed is kind of dragging at me. So, and I've also talked about the regret effect, which is you sell everything and you look back and say, I wish I hadn't done that. I'm trying to minimize it. But it does look more overvalued than it did last Friday. So I thought about the bigger effect. So if you think about DeepSeek as a bomb that went off, I know this is a violent metaphor, but kind of hanging there. When you think about bomb damage, people assess it in terms of severe damage, moderate damage, and minimal or no damage. Say the DeepSeek bomb has clearly gone off. And by DeepSeek, it's not just the company, it's what it's brought to the table. I think the most severe damage is to the AI architecture companies, the chips, the energy, the data companies. The moderate damage will be to the low-grade AI product and service businesses. These are the low-grade because they don't require as much data and less power hungry. And the minimal or no damage will be high-grade AI product and services because you still need the data power intensive. Remember that Palantir was almost unaffected on the day that NVIDIA lost 15%. You can see it play out. Why? Because Palantir produces products and services for the Defense Department and commercial businesses that is high-grade AI, which is not just, in contrast, if you came to me with an accounting AI product, I'm not sure you need NVIDIA chips or lots of data because accounting AI is rule-based. And the truth is there have been products which are like accounting AI around for 20 or 30 years. So it's not exactly, a revolutionary change. And to require me to invest tens of billions in AI chips to get that seems like an overreach. So if you look at the DeepSeek effect on business, it's going to vary depending on the business you're in. The architecture business, the AI architecture business is going to have damage short-term and long-term. You won't need as many chips. You don't need as much power. So it doesn't mean every power company is going to see its price marked down. But those power companies that have explicitly gone after the AI story actually have built power capacity for future AI data centers will take the hit, and they, in a sense, deserve that hit. Among products and services, I said, if your proposed AI product is low grade, then the effect on AI is going to be larger because it's now changed the market you're going to be in. It's going to be more commoditized, lower margin, lots more competition. I've got value on that basis. If you're in the segment that's high grade, I'm going to put you to this. Tell me why it is high grade. Why do you need to know the data? And I, at the risk of generalizing, I think the more intuitive AI, the AI that is trying to replicate or imitate human decision making rather than follow rules in the face of uncertainty, is likely to survive the DeepSeek effect and perhaps not even be affected and maybe even gain from it because there'll be fewer players coming after it. Look, there's one final segment, which is the big tech companies. What are they going to do? The big tech companies always seem to come out of these processes winning. And my feeling is that DeepSeek might not just not affect these companies, but might leave them in a better place. Because if there's a segment of the AI product and service business that is low grade, that is going to become this commoditized version, the big tech companies might be big players in that space and use it as freebies for the people on their platforms to keep them in their ecosystem. You say, what does keeping them in the ecosystem do for them? When you stay in the Meta ecosystem for longer, they make more advertising money. When you stay in the Amazon ecosystem longer, they sell you more stuff. So with big tech, there's much to be that's still unknown, but I have a feeling that they will come out of this. There might be some buyer's remorse about the tens of billions they've spent on NVIDIA chips that they don't need. But you know what? They have more than enough cash cushion to cover that. So the DeepSeek effect on business is all over the place depending on what you do in the AI space. Now, is there a healthy side effect of DeepSeek? No, I think so. And here's why. Whenever there is a development that is viewed as revolutionary, there's a tendency early in the process to give it a catchy name and then use it as a rationale if you're an investor to push up the prices of everything in that space, or if your business invest huge amounts in that space. I'm old enough to remember other revolutionary changes, right? You can think about PC, the internet, social media, and this has happened to every one of them. I remember early in the internet in the internet game in the 1990s, a company was just described as an internet company. AOL was an internet company. You could have Cisco was an internet company, Amazon, but they were very different companies. As AI matured, we learned that not all as the internet matured, we learned very quickly that not all internet companies were created equal. We learned to discriminate. And with AI, one of my concerns has been that for the last 2 years, the way investors priced AI companies was to just say, they're an AI company, they must be worth a lot. I hope that what DeepSeek does is it makes us a little more discriminating. What does that mean? If a company claims to be an AI company, I'd like to know more. Are you in the architecture space? Are you in the product to service space? If you're in the product to service space, are you producing a product that is rule-based, that is low grade, essentially doesn't need the huge amounts of data and supercomputing power? Or is your product and service something that's high grade? I can't assess whether you're a valuable company without asking those questions. It might be too much to ask, but I hope that's one of the healthy side effects. Now, as a personal bottom line, my investment in NVIDIA essentially was completely accidental. It made me an accidental tourist in this AI country, wherever this amazing space. But I've remained skeptical about AI for much of the last 2 years, and this may just reflect my age. I mean, I get offered, I'm sure you do too, another AI product or service every day, right? Or every week or every month. You open up Zoom, there's a little AI, and I'll be quite honest, I find them neat. But if you ask me, would I pay extra money for that AI? I'm not even the least bit tempted. I also work in valuation corporate finance, and I see these new AI products and services people are coming up. An AI valuation product, an AI accounting product. And the reason I'm skeptical is these are, for the most part, rules-based disciplines. And I understand that the desire for an AI accounting product, but I don't understand why I need to invest billions of dollars in a supercomputer and data. I don't need to know how every accountant in history has done accounting to be able to do accounting today. I just need to know the rules today. So I think that, and as I said, this is just personal, most of the AI products and services that I see being talked about, and if you ask me to describe them, they're neat, maybe they're cute, but they're not that would change my life products. And if they're not that would change my life products, I'm not going to be paying billions of dollars, tens of millions of dollars, or in the personal case, hundreds of dollars for that product. And I think that, that's part of a larger process that I see play out every time you're one of these revolutionary changes. There's a reality check that arises. That happened at each of the social media, internet. And when that reality check happens, it's not that it kills the change, it brings it back to earth. And maybe DeepSeek is the best thing that could have happened to AI. On a bit more general note, much of what I've said goes against the conventional wisdom where people are arguing that AI is going to be this amazing, world-changing innovation. I've kind of read parts of Reid Hoffman's book, and of course Sam Altman at OpenAI puts out that this is going to relieve us of pains of tasks that are boring and time-consuming. And it'll replace sometimes flawed human decisions with more reasoned AI decisions. That's a sales pitch. They're smart people, and I'm not denying that. But I have two reasons I'm skeptical. I hang around for, given what I do, I'm lucky enough or unlucky enough to sometimes hang around with very smart people in different areas. I know smart bankers, smart software engineers, smart VCs, smart hedge fund honchos, and smart academics. And you know what? They all have each of them has a set of blind spots. And much of it comes from the fact that they tend to hang out with people just like them. Right? So they're smart people, but I know from history that smart people can have very big blind spots. I'm also old enough to have heard this talk before. I started in this process in the 1980s, and I did my first valuation on a ledger sheet with a calculator and a pencil. I was told when personal computers first came out that would eliminate the drudgery of going through ledger sheets with calculators and pencils. But as any young financial analyst who's out there today will tell you, we've just replaced an old form of drudgery with a new and perhaps a more soul-sucking form of drudgery, where monstrously large spreadsheets govern your workday. I was told in the 1990s when the internet first came out that it was going to create a world of more informed people, maybe even wiser people, because we could look at all of the knowledge in the world in one place. In hindsight, how did that work out? In fact, I think it's weakened our reasoning muscle by allowing us to look up pretty much everything online. And for every piece of information you get online, you get 9 pieces of misinformation. In this century, we were told social media was going to change our lives. Remember that the original sales pitch Mark Zuckerberg gave for Facebook was, this is going to keep you connected. It's going to make us healthier and happier because we can connect with friends even if they're thousands of miles away. Not exactly worked out that way, right? As my good friend Jonathan Haidt and others have pointed out, social media has just made us more isolated and less happy than ever before. I'm not suggesting, I'm not cynic here, I'm not a Luddite. But I am wary about these promises because I've seen this movie before and it's not always had a happy ending. DeepSeek is a moment for us to stop and ask why. Why do we accept the story? And maybe allow us to ask a deeper question about AI in general. On that note, I'd like to end this session. I hope you found it useful, and thank you very much for listening.
Back to another video. It's been a lot of trending, a lot of hype about the DeepSeek R1. And we're going to be doing here today is to test the model for inference on your local machine. In this case, we're going to be running the RTX 4090 against M3 Max. So, we can see the performance on these GPUs. And when the 5090 comes in, we're going to be testing that as well. So, let me move on here. Going to
what we have. Okay, so if you want to download and test it yourself, if you have a Windows, Linux, or Mac, you should have to go to lmstudio.ai, and here you download the binary and install it as any other software. And once it's installed, you can open it up here, and we're gonna see. I got two images here. So in the right side, we got the model, and as you can see here, we're gonna be running the DeepSeek R1, the Steel Llama 8 billion. The reason is there's multiple billion parameter models, okay? And I can explain that in another video. Let me know in the comment below if you want me to explain what's the difference between the parameters and the quantization, more technical things like that. But basically, this is the one you want to run on your machine, because if you run the bigger one, the 70B, it's not going to fit on your GPU. But the bigger the model, the more time will take to the GPU to perform. Okay, and of course you have to fit some of the memory. So right now the RTX 4090 has 24 gigs of memory, and we can load a model that can fit up to 24 gigs. And in the case of the M3 Max, I have the max out version, which is 128 gigs, meaning that we can run bigger models, but they're gonna run slower. So here, to make the right comparison between the two, we're gonna run the exact same model in both the GPU, RTX 4090, and the M3 Max. So once you download the model, once you download the software, you can go to Discover, and here you can look for DeepSeek. And in this case, I'm downloading the DeepSeek Llama 8 billion GGUF because it's the most compatible with the GPUs. So once it's downloaded, then we're gonna load it here, and we're gonna start interacting with the model. Okay, so we're gonna select it, and we're gonna interact with the model. What we want to see is the tokens per second. Okay, having the tokens per second is important because it will tell you what the performance of the model is gonna be. Okay, so for example, I'm gonna just say something like write this snake game in Python. A lot of people use this thing, but just to see how the model works. So you can see the assistant starts thinking because it's a thinking model, and down here you see how the generation tokens per second is happening, right? And this 8 billion models, I wouldn't say it's better than ChatGPT, of course not, 4.0 or Cloud 3.5. This is for tasks that you need like text-based, like if you need, reframe emails, or if you need to work with some data or things like that. Smart things like maybe coding or things like that, and still recommend you use Cloud 3.5, or you can maybe use this model, but it have to be a bigger one, okay? So you can see here, it creates the code, and once it creates all the generation, at the bottom, it tells you the tokens per second. So right now, we are getting on the 4090, 79.61 tokens per second, okay? And you can see that, for example, here, if you look at the GPU itself, the performance, the GPU is using 8 gigs of memory, and it's using 271 watts of power out of the 350 that I have on this 4090. Okay, so 80% utilization right now. It doesn't push too much the GPU, that's good. And it's getting around 79 tokens per second. In this case, give you 92 tokens per second. Okay, depending if this is bigger, if they give you more tokens, maybe it goes down a little bit, but that's the average we're getting here, between 92, 71, 92 tokens per second. Okay, so now, if we jump to the Mac, this is the Mac version. What we do is doing the same thing. We're loading the exact same model here. And once we're gonna run the same thing, so write the Python, the snake, gave me Python, and let's see how it's gonna perform. You see the thinking is happening here. And you see it's a little slower compared to the computer, to the GPU, but it's still performing pretty good. Okay, I'm gonna show you something very interesting as well. This is usable. I would say the 8 billion models, either ones, or if lower than that will be better, but 8 billion models are running pretty good on quantization for these machines. So you can see here we got 55 tokens per second. It's not bad. We're talking about a laptop here, and it's an M3 Max, it's not an M4 Max, but it's not bad for it. Now, what happened is I wanted to see something. So basically, this model is running UEFI. So I download kind of the same model. So DeepSeek R1 in the Qwen version, and this is a 7 billion parameter, not 8B, but it's kind of the same. But this one is MLX community, meaning that it's fully supported by the MLX hardware on the Mac, which is a software like PyTorch, but it's for a software specialized for macOS, okay, to run on the hardware. So if I click on that one, you're gonna load the model again, and then I'm gonna type the same thing, and you're gonna see, you see it's thinking now it's way faster because it's using the MLX platform that is optimized for macOS. And we're gonna see at the end how many tokens per second we're getting, and doing it pretty fast. You can see here on the top that the GPU is being used at 100%. That's the GPU, and memory, we're using about 8 gigs of memory, 10 gigs of memory right now. So you can see here we increased the performance to 64 tokens per second, which is pretty good. Okay, so there you have it. It was a short video, but I wanted to show you the real performance when you're running the model in your machine. Either if you have a Windows or if you have a macOS, you're gonna need at least 8 gigs of memory. And remember, this is not a top of the line model because you would need at least 2 servers with MI300X as an expensive GPU. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars. But if you want to run the 8 billion version, you can do so, and you can see the difference between the two. So you're gonna need 8 gigs of RAM or VRAM on the GPU, and it's gonna run on 74 tokens per second on the RTX 4090, and it's running about 64 tokens per second, the optimized version for the M3 Max, which is pretty good. Now, in terms of private performance, if you already have a Mac, if you have maybe a MacBook Air and the model doesn't feed or doesn't run as fast, and if you have maybe a gaming PC or you have a PC that you use for gaming, then you can run it on the 4090 or the 4080 because it will run a little faster, right? This machine right now, the M3 Max, specs out when I bought it was 5800, and the RTX 4090 is about 2000. But of course, you have to count the time that you need. You have to count the other parts that you need to build a computer. This is just testing the performance of the GPU from the Mac to the GPU from Nvidia, so you can see the real performance. RTX 5090s are coming. And I want to run the same test to see the different performance on the models. And let me know in the comments below if you want to know more about quantization, what different models means, which one download, because there's a bunch of them. If you need to download 8 billion, 32, 70 billion, all these things, what it means technically, you can ask for ChatGPT these days. But if you need me to explain, I'm happy to do so. So let me know in the comments below. All right. So I hope you enjoyed this video. Subscribe for more because we're gonna have more coming up next week. All right.
Hi everyone, this video is going to be a little bit special. I wanted to have a conversation about my predictions for what was going to happen in the field of computer science in 2025. But before we get into that, it's important to talk about why you should try making predictions. Basically, humans are really bad at making predictions. They really fall prey to the hindsight bias, where basically they look at past events and think, oh yeah, I totally would have predicted that exact outcome, but they're seeing it from the future, so they know what happens. In fact, Sam Altman has a really good blog that basically just talks about famous historical figures and really bad predictions that they made that absolutely didn't come true. It's really entertaining to read, so I'll link it in the description of this video. But what I think is the only viable way to test your prediction abilities is to make forward-looking, falsifiable predictions and then later looking back and seeing if they came true. So this is going to be a really casual conversation. I'll also release a blog post that goes kind of into more detail and talks about my predictions more, and I'll leave that in the description of this video as well. So let's get into it. Let's talk about what I think is going to happen inside of the RISC-V space. So basically, there's very few actual packages compiled specifically for RISC-V at the moment, and out of all of the major Linux distributions, I really only know of Debian that has like an official RISC-V release build, but I think over the next year, that's probably going to start to change. I think that more people are going to be compiling packages for RISC-V as the demand for it grows. So my prediction is that at least 3 major Linux distributions are going to add official releases for RISC-V, and not just community releases of these. You might have seen in past videos that I played around with RISC-V boards quite a bit, and I've noticed that the software capabilities are just incredibly limited, and it's like, oh, do you want this one specific version of Python, and basically this is all you can do on the board? But I think that's probably going to change, and hopefully people add more support and actual compiled applications specifically targeting RISC-V. Now I want to talk about this from a hardware perspective. I think because of all of these limitations, there's probably less than a 20% chance that the Raspberry Pi Foundation comes out with a primary SBC running a RISC-V SoC. They have a current good relationship with Broadcom, but Broadcom only manufactures ARM CPUs, not RISC-V CPUs, so this might potentially make them be concerned about supply chain difficulties. Not only that, but they might also be concerned from a software perspective. Basically, they're so established they want to have as much backwards compatibility as possible, but because of the limitation of how much software is actually compiled for RISC-V, they might not be positive that they're actually going to be able to maintain the support and backwards compatibility across all of their devices. I do think there is a very small chance that they come out with a secondary Raspberry Pi, maybe like a Raspberry Pi Zero that's running a RISC-V CPU, but I do think that's a very small chance. Now I want to talk about cryptography. I think there is a 70% chance that NIST comes out with new guidelines advising federal agencies, as well as their contractor, to start using quantum-resistant cryptographic algorithms. Symmetric encryption is relatively safe against these kinds of attacks. It really only reduces the complexity by half, which means that AES-256 pretty much becomes AES-128. Asymmetric encryption algorithms, on the other hand, like for example RSA, are super vulnerable to these kinds of attacks. Adversaries tend to have a kind of forward-thinking approach to these kinds of attacks where they collect data now in the thought that they'll be able to brute force it sometime in the future. So that means that encryption standards also have to have this kind of forward-thinking approach where they need to be more secure ahead of time in prediction of what they could potentially be trying to deal with in the future. So just because quantum computers aren't able to crack something now, that doesn't mean that in 10 years you won't be able to have the kind of capabilities to brute force that in the future. Now let's talk about the hot topic of memory safety. My prediction for 2025 is that even though there's been this really big push towards memory safety, the majority of existing code bases are still going to be in memory unsafe languages like C++, for example. However, for new code bases, let me not get run over by a car, they're going to be written in memory safe languages like Rust or Go. Now that kind of kills my soul because I do really like C++, but I think that it's going to become less and less popular for developing new applications in C++ directly in the future. But people really underestimate the amount of legacy applications that are out there that are written in these languages. I mean, think of it, you've had years and years of applications written in all these kinds of older languages that nobody really thinks about anymore, but somebody needs to keep on maintaining those and potentially even add new features to those existing applications. I remember quite a few years ago when I was in school, I was talking to my friend's dad, and he worked for a large company, and his sole job was basically taking their legacy PHP code and trying to translate all of that to Python. So that's thousands and thousands of lines of code that he's basically just just translating to the latest language at the time. That's also why I think that it's still going to be a demanded skill, having knowledge in these legacy memory unsafe programming languages, because you have to be able to have developers who know these languages and are able to maintain existing code. I've actually seen a lot of new developers coming to the space really having no knowledge of legacy programming languages and pretty much just focusing on the main languages at the time of like Go and Rust, for example. In fact, there's actually been quite a few government contracts specifically for translating legacy memory unsafe languages over to memory safe languages. 8th person train. Train, here we go. Train. I like it when there are people trains because they go faster. Trains are really cool, although I wish it was a coal train. Okay, now let's talk about the next hyped up programming language. And for the last couple years, the main hyped language has been Rust, like every single time. So I'm going to use two different metrics to try to define hyped up current language. The first metric is going to be the number of new Stack Overflow questions that are tagged with a particular programming language. And then the second metric that I'm going to use is the number of new members joining a particular language's subreddit. And I'm going to do this based off of percentages. Now my prediction for 2025 is that even though Rust has been the main hyped up programming language for the last couple years, it's actually going to have less percentage of growth than Zig, which is another up and coming hyped up programming language. Part of my thought process behind this is that most hyped up programming languages have about a 3 to 5 year time of growth and time of hype, and Rust is actually reaching the kind of end of its maximum hype time. And you really see this kind of same pattern time and time again. For example, Ruby and Scala definitely had a period of boom time and reached their maximum, I would say, boom capacity after that amount of time passed. Now I want to talk a little bit about compression. I think that by the end of 2025, at least 2 major streaming platforms are going to use AV1 as their default codec for both HD and 4K on supported devices. It's really the logical next step after H.264. Actually, Twitch has already been experimenting with this for the last year, and the results are doing really well. Fun scooter. The reason it's so appealing to streaming platforms is because it saves a significant amount of bandwidth for about the same level of quality. I think there's a really small chance, maybe like 30% chance, that a major streaming vendor pairs up with a TV vendor or a set-top box or maybe a hardware vendor like NVIDIA to certify a device for AI upscaling. So you might not be aware, but AI upscaling has been around for a pretty decent amount of time, and one area where it works really well is upscaling older animes that might not have been released in HD, for example. So basically, if the quality is really bad, you can upscale it, and it makes it look almost like it was actually released in HD, which is pretty nice. Helicopter. There's also another feature that you are probably not aware of that's part of Microsoft Edge, and there is an AI upscaler, but it's built into it and set off by default. So you have to go through and enable it if you want to try it out, but it'll work on your videos and apply to maybe a YouTube video you're watching if you have the quality set really bad or it's a super low quality video to automatically upscale the video. And it actually works surprisingly well forward. Now I talked a little bit about AI upscaling, but now I want to talk about generated AI content. And I think just like we've been seeing, we're going to continue to see a major increase in how much generated AI content is really taking over. We've really noticed this a lot inside of the image industry as well. Like if you're looking at stock images, that pretty much has been made obsolete in my opinion. Basically everybody that I talk to is thinking, wow, I can just use generated images inside of my presentations, inside of anything that I need it for, and it's customized exceptionally for my current needs. Now, one area where I think we're going to see an increase that a lot of people aren't really thinking about too much is in kind of stock music. So think about it, if you're watching a YouTube video, for example, usually there's not just dead silence. Usually you hear background music, even if you're not consciously aware of it, but you don't think about the amount of copyright challenges that are happening on this kind of background content that you're subconsciously enjoying. Now, I think that we're going to have an increase in the amount of AI-generated background music for content creators, and that's going to really make things, I think, a lot easier to avoid copyright issues. One thing I don't think is going to happen is I don't think there's going to be a huge increase in the amount of AI-generated videos that are used for stuff. The field is really just not super amazing yet, and I think the next logical step is going to be the background music industry. To kind of stick to my own advice and try to make this prediction quantifiable, I think that there is an 80% chance that some major stock music provider is going to add a custom AI-generated, copyright-free background music option as a part of their site. So it's not going to completely take over the entire stock music website, but it's going to be a new feature that's going to allow people to have an easier time with copyright. Now, last prediction on this point, I think there's probably about an 80% chance that some major AAA gaming company uses LLMs to enhance their NPC interaction. So when you're talking to an NPC and having a dialogue with them, I personally think that would be pretty cool. That means that it's kind of like a customized version for every single person, and you basically get your own experience when you're playing a game. But the side benefit to this that probably not a lot of people would think about is that it could potentially enhance digital rights management and protection against cracking games and stuff, because I wouldn't think that they would be using local models. They're probably going to use models that are hosted in the cloud somewhere, so that means it has to constantly have a communication with the backend model to be able to function properly. So if you've pirated the game, you're not going to be able to get that custom interaction and experience. Now, one thing I want to talk about are supply chain attacks. And supply chain attacks are particularly interesting to me because not only do they affect a single application, but let's say there's some really large vulnerability or potentially some malicious code slipped into some really popular library. Well, now it not only affects that library, but it affects anything that depends on that library as well. I think there's two major supply chain attacks that really stand out in my mind. The first is SolarWinds, and the second is Log4j. I was working at Microsoft during Log4j, and I just remember it was basically like the entire world was on fire, and everybody was trying to come up with all these different potential fixes to remediate the vulnerability. But at the end of the day, like with most of these things, the solution is just going to be for the library to issue an update to either remove the vulnerability or get rid of the malicious code inside of it. And then after that, every single application that depends on that really needs to update itself to be able to get the fix. Now that sounds pretty simple, just hello, update your software, but it really does not end up being that simple, because just think of the thousands of applications and machines that potentially need to be updated at that point, and it becomes this really large logistics problem, which is why I think in 2025 SBOMs are going to become a lot more of a thing. I think that probably at least 3 of the major Fortune 500 tech companies are going to publicly announce that SBOMs are a contractual obligation and deliverable for their third-party vendors. Now, SBOM stands for Software Bill of Materials, so it basically just means that you have to list every single dependency that your application has, and you know what versions they're running, where they come from, but not only that, you have to list what dependencies do your dependencies have, because a supply chain attack could affect any of the dependencies or their dependencies. Think of it like having a cake. Let's say say you were eating a cake and you realized that your cake was poisoned, and you got it from your neighbor. Well, if you implemented an S-bomb type thing, now you're starting to think about what ingredients are inside of your cake, and where do those ingredients come from? Because if you got a poisoned cake once, you never know if it's going to happen again, so you're starting to pay attention to the individual ingredients and details so that you can ensure quality going forward. Now, this is actually already pretty common inside of the government space. A lot of agencies... All right. Now I want to make a prediction in the reverse engineering space because that kind of lies close to my heart as my current career path, and I want to talk about how LLMs are going to affect reverse engineering in 2025. Now, I think a lot of people want to be able to take an application and feed it to an LLM and have the LLM basically just explain what an application is doing, maybe offer an approximation of what the code looks like, but that's just not how LLMs really work with this kind of stuff. You can't just upload a compiled application and expect it to know what's going on. The term language is actually in the name, so it makes sense that they'll be able to work better with language type tasks. Now, my prediction for 2025 is that at least 2 of the major decompiler applications are going to offer automated method name suggestions. So basically, if you're trying to look at an application and you're looking at a method inside of it, LLMs are really good at identifying what this method is doing without too much context, and then maybe offer a suggested name for that method. Or also, if the method belongs to a popular kind of library, for example, let's say it's actually printf and you're just looking at decompiled code for printf, it can give a suggestion on what you should name that function and identify that it belongs to something. Now, one thing I'd really like to see that I don't think is going to happen is automated code translation. Now, if you're decompiling an application, you're basically looking at an approximated C code version of any given function, regardless of whether that function was written in another programming language. You're seeing this sometimes really terrible approximation of a method. Now, LLMs are surprisingly good at taking in ugly decompiled code and translating it to what it thinks the original native code would actually look like. So you could look at an approximated version of what this method is in Swift, for example. Now, I don't think this is going to actually happen because I was at a security conference this year and I was talking to the creator of IDA, which is one of the primary decompilation tools in the industry, and I pretty much suggested this as a really cool feature that would be nice to have, and he really did not go for it because he was saying it removes the accuracy. And I do agree there, because LLMs will provide non-deterministic responses every single time, but sometimes you basically just want to get a quick approximation of what a method actually does, and you're not always focusing exactly on the accuracy of the code that you're looking at. Now, part of the reason I'd like to see this is because I did make this a feature of my open source iOS decompiler called Malamite, where you can request an approximated Swift or Objective-C version of the method that you're currently analyzing, and it actually works really well. So that makes you feel the Space Needle. Cool. Anyway, I think that's about enough for right now. I know this has been a lot of information and talking about a lot of different topics inside of this video. As I mentioned, don't forget to check the description of this video for a link to the blog post where I go a lot more in depth, since right now it's just kind of me chatting and thinking about things. I also really want to hear from you. What do you think? Do you think I'm completely wrong on topics? Do you agree with some points that I have? Feel free to let me know inside of the comment section of this video. And until next time, Lori Wired out.
Right away. Bro, you know DG wants to go. A huge investment. Great use of the clone from Zek, and we've seen him get a lot of value with this.
Wait, DG's holding.
That are on the ground.
DG's holding's also.
Oh my gosh. And the problem with that jump spot was DGZ heard it.
Yeah, he did.
So
he held for it.
More time to prepare mentally.
There's the ult. The stun too.
Zekin's dead.
Second with nowhere to go, and he still gets a kill.
How the
so clutch. And he's gonna be able to pop his ult.
Yeah,
get
but
away,
everyone's
but
dead. Where's the bomb?
He's
taking bomb into
It's
sight.
still a 2v4 though. I mean, this is still really hard for them to convert.
He's gonna go for a
He
kill.
knows he has to even the score.
Drop bomb down.
Second's got to do something here off of the
Get
flash,
bombs,
turning forward, eating one of his own, and then TPing
Oh
away.
my god, this guy's playing a different fucking game.
Look at DGZ in B main.
Yeah, the
Playing.
benefit of having the numbers advantage here.
We need a masterclass from Narrate here. Narrate,
Again,
I'm
the
calling you up to the
demand
board,
for
bro. I don't
heroics.
give a fuck. I'm calling him out. Narrate, we need a masterclass from you right here.
Things slow down for just a moment as DG's creeping.
He saw your
forward
gun.
with
He
the
saw your
up in hand.
fucking.
The timing.
The barrel
Fuck.
of the gun spotted, and now position given away. They know where second
Narrate.
is, and they're going to be dropping it
Narrate.
on him. Narrate is
God
close by.
damn
He's
it.
dead. Much more to be
No, it's
found
too
for
much.
second. He's
It's too
going to
much.
have to
No,
ace
it's
if
too
he
much to
wants
ask
win
for.
this.
It's surely too much to ask for, right? It's surely too much to
Can
fucking ask
second
for.
deliver? A fake TP, and now second creeping forward. Quietly off the tap, too. He's waiting close by. He's sticking it to half. He's going to stick it all the way. Not able to settle the shots. He finds
Yo!
and second delivers for Sen City, the iBuyPower
Oh
ace.
my
What a
God.
play.
Oh
And that
my
wasn't just a clutch. That was a masterclass in isolating fights. He turned 4 separate 1v1s
Holy
into his
fuck.
favor.
I don't want to yell too loud, but holy fuck, that was
From
insane.
Zek in the iBuyPower
Dude, those
ace.
shots were all like 2
Remember, they
taps,
do
and he
a
played the
PC
1v1
giveaway. It's the
so
first
well.
ace of the
Oh my
week.
god. This guy is so good.
Cold
Every
from the
time,
duelist.
man.
Cold
Every
from the duelist.
time,
Follow
bro.
at iBuyPower on social
I got
media.
chills.
Use
I actually got
hashtag
goosebumps. I legit got goosebumps
for
a little bit.
chance
I'm
to
not
win
gonna
the
lie.
PC. Into the next round we go.
That was so sick, man.
The
Fuck.
implications of that 1v5. Look at the economy. That was the
That's
spark
so
they
sick.
needed. You can't make it up.
Wow.
Sen now have a chance to even the score.
Damn. Dude, like the whole fucking round from Zekin was insane. Like everything he did this entire round was insane. It started off with the stun kill into the Yoru ults into like just everything, dude. That was like an insane fucking round by him.
You to make a play. And as you were saying, the economy is now busted.
Nice shot, John.
They
Look
cannot
at that,
stand
dude.
against this fight.
Oh,
Second fully TPing forward. Pancada and DG nowhere
nice
to go.
Zekin.
They're done.
Man, beautiful,
They're
dude.
just mowed down.
Man,
That Yoru
beautiful.
clone.
Dude, they're so
It's been
good.
putting in so much work. Loud being pushed for
They're
pillar
so
post
fucking
here.
good too.
Sentinels will
Both
get
teams
to
are so
5.
good. Holy
A
shit.
great follow-up round. Emotions can be riding high after seeing your teammates do something like that. To settle it down though, right after, secure the follow-up round that you should win. It's very, very important. Yeah. And they did a great job doing it. Because that's the window for them to snatch that momentum right back away, to take the wind out of your sails. It's navigated well. Narrate now, one off the breach ult. Armageddon online, Yoru ultimate online. Almost every time Zekin has used Yoru ult in VCT, Sentinels have converted.
Yoru
Gonna
ult
get the
tails.
opportunity at it again. The TP forward, they know where 1 is. Get out of there, buddy. The stun, they know. He's found a second too. This Armageddon can take that whole line out. He's certainly gonna try.
Wow.
Ult's invested, Zekin on the swing. Meanwhile, DG's trying to counter back with an ult of his own.
Wow.
Kill's not found. Pancada's
They know
gone
he's back
unchecked.
here?
Can Pancada hold it down again? Is this another
Oh,
discipline?
they know he's back there. Oh, he's whipping. He's whipping.
Unconsidered.
Oh,
Pancada's able to
spam
get
him,
one.
please. Good job,
Now the
Zelsus.
Sox
It's
finally
always
spam
Zelsus that
through.
kills
Pancada
Pancada. Has anyone
dead.
noticed that? It's always
3v3
Zelsus.
and
Or am I just
everything
fucking only
settled
seeing it when it's
on the
Zelsus?
map. John playing
Oh,
close
oh.
by, utility out. DG's
2v2.
able to find wife Phineas, excuse me. That's all it is. And with 45 seconds left on the round, they're choosing, they want to take a walkabout. And it's the right play. Footsteps can't be heard from that far away. Running at the perfect moment. Yeah, there's some Cypher utility here, but it'll buy enough time for Sentinels to potentially get into sight, set up a decent post plant.
Stole
Zelsus
his job
is
is
one off
crazy.
of that Viper's pit. Last round of the half, too, and
Is that
again,
a
they have to
Philippine
get ahead
flag
of this.
on your
Loud wanna
headset?
win this round because that Viper's pit
Is
is
this
so
the
hard to
Philippine?
retake into. The triple delay, 7
I don't know,
bullets
you
left
tell
for
me.
Zelsus.
Oh.
No way he hits that shot. Way too far out. Now
1v1
he's left in a
chill.
1v1. Pit invested. Spike down. He's going to rush it. He's going to bum rush it. Not able to hit the spam. Switches to the second weapon. And Zelsus walks away on top. A 4K to get Sentinels to 6. Clutch after clutch. Sentinels bring it back.
Dude.
After
It's
what
just
was
like-
a terrible start to this
We
first
just
half of
don't,
split.
like, Zelsus, like,
Players
he's just a
getting caught
loose
lacking.
fucking cannon, this guy, bro. He really is just a loose
What
cannon,
good
man.
resilience shown from this squad.
This is another Zelsus round for us
What a
here.
shot, man.
Another Zelsus
And
round
then
for
that
us.
right there, the finisher. Not panicking when he's getting full sprayed down. He knew he had that in the bag.
Look at that, bro. Look at that. He wants to freak out so bad, but he's legit containing his energy. He
Another
wants
banger.
to tweak on stage,
We're gonna take a
but
quick
he's
break,
not
get
allowing
an
himself
opportunity to catch
I
our
love
breaths.
it,
We'll
dude.
see you guys on the other
he
side of
literally
this.
wants to. I can see it. I can see he's like holding himself back. Okay, quick ad break. What is the score? 6-6 again. All 3 maps have been 6-6, by the way, if you just got here, which is kind of insane if you ask me. Where the fuck's my mouse?
Viper sometimes. This time, the controller duo, they lock down B.
30 seconds left.
And Loud, they look distraught. DG's in, not even looking at Bang in that moment. You could feel a shift right now for Sen.
That shift has never really come through. I mean, the whole series, neither team has been able to create enough separation, really run away with the map.
This is their map, man. This is, when you think of Sentinels, you think of Split, how they've innovated 2 years in a row. Meta-defining compositions, meta-defining gameplay.
Instant drone out. What do we got? We've got a Judge on Zelsus who's pretty low HP.
Some info gathered.
He's got the
And,
paranoia.
this could fall apart pretty fast because this Judge can't get too much now.
Oh, excuse me, it was a smoke.
Like,
The
Bang's
spam
kind of got to
through,
save
Vinny
them
now
again.
down. And this should be, barring something silly.
Okay,
a pretty
I take it
clear
all back. The Judge can
clean
clean him
rest
up.
of the round for
I
Sentinels.
did like their
Right
reaction
now,
to losing
Bang
Heaven
and
though.
Celsius have
Loses
locked
Heaven,
down
goes
this
insta behind this box. That was nice.
Cannot mess with them here. And that's going to play a factor in Loud's heads. They might feel like they're forced to go mid or A, and that might make it so they play straight into a trap setup from Sentinels.
Sure. So to keep the Judge into.
Ball on B long. This time he hits it at A main on Split.
Loud forced to take a step back now. Pause for a moment. Take a step back now. Pause for a moment.
Sentinels pushing out all of that A.
They had
Meanwhile,
stun,
Loud is going
stun,
all towards
damage,
B.
damage
Seconds only
into
when here
Trip.
TPs to
Sorry,
safety.
into Omen
The spit'll buy
TP.
some time.
Once they hit them, go
Celsius
super
is so
aggro with
fast on
3
these
over towards
reactionary
A.
But they're going to go anyway.
Yeah, Loud to
Satcheling
send it,
forward.
knowing they can max be 2 people
A
now.
confident call to arms from the attacking side as DG has already wrapped. Celsius has nowhere to go. He's dead.
Heaven's not smoked, but it's only a stinger there.
I mean, there's a little bit of help coming, but the flank is being flanked too. He's just on the prowl. And there it is. John's down. A 5v3 now, and it's only gotten worse for Sentinels.
The
Vinny
2v5
committing
at
to
its
getting the
peak.
plant down to 3v2. Bang and Nary
Oh
forced to
my
make
goodness,
this
2v5 into a
conversion
2v2.
happen, and it's gotten a little
Still
bit
has
closer
double
now.
flash. Oh, and sorry,
Still
double
plenty of work to
smoke.
be done. Peccata and
Flash
Vinny.
and ult.
Looking to keep
No
them at bay.
way,
The
the
stun
timing of
connecting,
that stun
and the
is
shots do too. Vinny's
outrageous.
now down.
He
Peccata
just ran
again.
into it. The stun happened as he wanted
Put
to
in a
peek.
position where he has to deliver for Loud.
You still have paranoia online.
Seeing one come across, drawing the suck. There's not a lot of time on this. Off of the tap, the spam coming through. Nary has to get aggressive. He's gotta go.
No
He's
way,
only
they
gotten it down to one.
2v5 them.
Bang should connect. He's
Dude,
gotten 4. The defuse
I
will
feel like
come
Bang's
through.
got 4 times
That's
the amount of
another
kills that he
round
had earlier.
for Sentinels.
And another clutch. How many times are they going to do this map? Bang, what is the kill through the smoke? Just full on intuition spraying. And an overheat from Loud, giving 2 free kills on a free B site. That's something that's going to be in your nightmares if you're Loud.
I wonder what he said.
They get shoved back to a really nice spot. Not
gonna-
triggered by the cage, but he's got to be careful. Knife out. One spotted on the spam.
There's
connects,
no way.
tries to get away,
Okay,
but
gets traded.
fails.
Do they just insta-send it over towards site? Gotta be
Nade will push John
tempting.
back as well. Gonna buy a little bit of time off the missiles, and they've been segmented apart. DG's up really far ahead. He's got a stinger.
All the meanwhile, you look at Bang pushing all the way out through B main. He's going to find this timing on Pancata, and he's patient with it. What an outplay.
He's having insane
TPing to
impact.
rejoin his
Instant TP
comrades.
to join his team. Obviously, he's got smoke, flash to enable. And
Celsius
normally,
with
if this was 10s, they
he's
would
just
go
going
for
to be
this
jumping
flash.
around for his team.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
But
They've got 2 rifles. They've invested the
Oh.
ult as well. They've already gotten out onto 1. 2 He's in
Hey,
a
I
really
mean-
good spot here.
Showstopper online now as well.
They've got the tools. They've got it. Look at them scatter. They've got to run away. They've got to give the space up. And it will connect. Zealous is now
11
down.
HP. Wanted to get a trade on it.
I don't know how they find a way back into this. Narrate and Bang.
Yeah, I mean, so we had a 2v5 from Sentinels, then we get this 3v5 from Rounds.
It's got to be on Bang, and he gets dropped as soon as he swings.
Oh, it's doable. 11
Narrate will
HP,
get one. It
56.
looks like an attempt at damaging Economy now.
Time?
No real
No
chance to win the
time on this.
round. But some parting shots. Loud will get to 8.
Okay, it's a nice
The money's not
3v5
great.
from Lounge.
This
I mean,
is
they
just
popped
what test here. Pancada dropping down. Look at this high-low setup off the paranoia. Zekin looking to connect on the swing. Pancada's finds him.
He dinked him.
10 HP
Fair play, he
and that's
dinked him.
all. It'll be the
Hey, dude, what a, I mean, honestly, what a
Sin
series
City.
this was.
They take down Loud.
This guy was giving it heavy. It was a banging game. Banging game. Dudes, Loud are going to be gutted they didn't 2-0 this.
The gauntlet that this team of Sentinels just had to go through. Loud pushing them to the absolute limit. You saw the look on Narrate even after winning. Completely exhausted. Battery drained.
Yeah, dude, Bang had a really big step
What
up
a
on
series.
defense.
I think probably one of the best series of Valorant I've ever seen.
Yeah, it was really good.
man,
Because
there were
every
few
map was
people
like really
who
close.
gave them any chance in this fight.
Everyone was thinking it was going to be a 2-0. Let's just say it how it is.
So I think there's credit to be given to Loud, but also wins like this are formative. And for a new roster for Sin City, who's dealing with the
Looks
addition of
stressed,
Bang
man.
and Narrate,
Kaplan looks
to
like
go
he went
through a win
through
like
it.
this, to grind it out, and it wasn't always pretty, right? It wasn't sexy every single round, but
Things not allowed today, man.
yep, spectacular performance.
And I think it's just a testament to the communication, the intensity in the comms.
Dude, there was
of
some
Sentinels. You can
big
tell
clutch
how
rounds
bad
for Sentinels
every
here.
single person on that team wants it. And they dug deep for this one, man.
He had
And
second, he had seconds
I wanna
round.
go
He
back
had
to
a Bang
mentioning this because I think it's
1v2,
worth
right?
repeating.
Was it 1v2?
This is a roster
He
that went
had
through
the
changes.
2v5.
That's now dealing with having 2 new players,
He
with
had
having a new
Salsas'
assistant coach,
a
new meta.
one,
So,
I think
and
it
the new
was.
meta, right? Like you can look at that and go, oh well, they're experienced and they're good and they won Madrid last year and all those things are true.
BG Zin went 14 to 5
2 new
first kills,
players into
first
that in
deaths.
the new
No
meta with the
way.
new assistant coach is a different beast.
Yeah, and I'm just still so impressed about how they still continue to innovate on a map like Split, where it just seems like everybody was copying their compositions. I guarantee you we're going to see more compositions like theirs in the
Against
future on this
3
map
to
of Split,
Loud.
because it is so much utility.
For an 1800 player at the bottom of the tier list. You seem scared.
Yeah, that was crazy. As a debuff, buddy, that was crazy.
This is honestly pathetic. This is pathetic.
You know what? Invite me for later real quick. I'm messaging you.
Chat, I'm gonna do this for you. We're gonna win. I think I used Pummeler.
Yeah, I think you pummel him. Just beat his ass to the ground real quick.
I either use this on Rag or I use this now.
I mean, this is for honor, bro.
Yeah, this is more important.
He literally called you a debuff, bro.
He did. Someone almost just debated me into a duel to the death.
Is this it?
This is it.
07. Use FAP. Use FAP.
This is a battlefield where both armies have the same weapons capabilities, but one of them has AI and the other does not. Let's see how a battle between these two plays out. In the process, we'll learn why Vladimir Putin once told a group of young students that whoever leads an AI will rule the world, and why the White House recently issued its first memo on AI, calling it an era-defining technology with significant and growing relevance to national security. To understand this, I've teamed up with Shashank Joshi.
Hello, good afternoon, Johnny.
The defense editor of The Economist, who's likely one of the most knowledgeable people on the planet when it comes to this topic.
We're beginning to see artificial intelligence pretty much in every single decision made in war.
So let me show you how artificial intelligence is transforming war. So let me clarify, this is not a sponsorship with The Economist. There's a sponsor later on in the video. This is a
let's draw this on the third carbon. So we'll have 2. Hexane, C8. Thanks for watching.
partnership and kind of a dream come true to work with this newspaper that I've been reading since I was in college studying international relations. I'm really just shouting them out because I feel an immense amount of gratitude for what they've taught me about the world. In addition to their excellent short form video, they've also started giving away access to their short form news app called Espresso for free to high school and college students who are over 16. Super cool. Again, not a sponsor. I just want to get the word out here. So now let's get back into this video.
The examples that compel people the most are often the munition, the weapon system, the thing that does the killing, right? And this is the killer drone, the killer robot. But what I think is that often the key decisions in war are not the ones at the very end. They're not the ones that happen just before a bomb goes bang. And I think that's where AI is really affecting the battlefield the most.
Okay, so we've made these two hypothetical armies. Here on the battlefield, both of these armies are effectively trying to do the same thing. They're both trying to somehow get eyes into enemy territory, to find the enemy's most valuable military targets, to fix their exact location, to determine what weapons to use and how to properly target and deploy them, and then to actually fire on those targets, to engage so that it actually hits the target, and then finally to assess to see if it worked. This is called the kill chain, and it is how war is fought. But executing this kill chain is not straightforward. It's the job of commanders on both sides to make countless decisions, often with incomplete or unreliable information. And victory tends to favor those who can gather the best information and make accurate decisions the fastest. So let's see how both of these sides approach their kill chain, one with AI and one without. Hey, before we get back onto the battlefield, I'm currently in my home with a sweatband on because I am exercising, which is something I have to do every day to be a happy adult. I'm telling you all this because it has to do with the sponsor of today's video, who's Trainwell, which is a platform that connects you with a personal trainer who designs a workout for you that you can do right in your home using this very cool app. So here's how it works. Devin's been my personal trainer on this app for like a couple years now. I told him all my goals, which for me is like I just want to be able to like lift my body and like be functionally strong. And then he designs a workout for me. It's all visual, which I love. And it comes not just with photos, but with actual videos of exactly what I'm supposed to be doing. This makes a huge difference for me for some reason. Like at 6 in the morning when I don't really want to be working out, but I know my day will be better if I do, having just a flow of looped videos telling me exactly what I'm supposed to do and then a button that I can press and be like, I completed this workout is awesome. And I can give feedback to Devin. I can be like, hey, the abs part was too difficult today. Can you make it a little easier tomorrow or something like that? Oh, and if the personal trainer you're assigned isn't a good fit, you can switch it anytime. Devin has sketched out my whole week based on my goals. And so every day there's a different workout. I still get to have goals. I still get to give feedback. I don't have to make any of the decisions. There's a professional personal trainer doing that for me. And I don't have to leave my home, which like I just never got into the habit of going to the gym. For me, working out is a non-negotiable. I have to exercise to be a happy adult. And having something that takes away all the decision making and keeps me accountable, that is the key for consistency for me. If you want to try this, I can get 14 days for free if you use the link in my description. Go to trainwell.net/JohnnyHarris. Clicking that link helps support the channel, but it also gets you 14 days for free on this platform. I appreciate Trainwell for sponsoring today's video, for supporting our journalism. We're now going to leave my home, go back onto the battlefield to see how AI is changing the nature of war.
Well, militaries will use what they call sensors to go find things. That could be anything that looks at the world.
Both sides have all sorts of sensors that are looking into their enemy's territory.
The classic example is an electro-optical sensor on a satellite, right? That's fancy words for a camera that is just looking at stuff.
They both have drones in the air, scanning for targets.
A reconnaissance team on the ground.
They've got radar, sensing what's flying through the air. The data from these sensors is being recorded and eventually is sent back to a central command center. This is where the decisions are made on what the army will do next, using all of this data from their sensors.
So someone has to be sifting through all the satellite images.
And this is where we see the first big advantage for the side with AI, computer vision.
Object recognition has just exploded in how good it is. If you look back at the way that AI broke, there's a lot of friction in this process. You had humans poring over every single image.
You're slowly
There's a lot of friction in this process. You had humans poring over every single image.
You're slowly identifying all of these targets and intelligence to other command centers. Meanwhile, the computers over in this other command center are automatically adding all of their findings to a database that's in the cloud that other command centers have access to as well.
An AI-enabled army is fusing all kinds of data. Mobile phone records, data from ship tracking websites, aircraft tracking websites, consumer retail activity. Who's buying products near this naval base or near that airfield that might indicate activity? So you're fusing these vast torrents of data, spitting out anomalies.
So their maps are filling up much quicker, filling up with potential targets and even context on each of these targets.
A commander who sees the targets then has to decide a lot of things. Are they going to hit them or not? Is it valuable or not? Is it valuable enough? What am I going to use? Do I use a plane, an artillery battery, something else? These are all basically the bread and butter of any command decision.
But this is still just the beginning of the kill chain. These are hard decisions, but the AI-enabled commander has some help. A software platform has fused all of this data together and is starting to make predictions and inferences, giving recommendations to the commander, taking into account not only the target they're trying to hit, but also many other important factors.
I know that you have this many planes. I know that you have this much fuel on the airfield, this much ammunition. Here is the optimal way to destroy that target using these aircraft: coolant, fuel, oil, repairs, rest for the crew, food for the crew. These are all so fundamental. So a lot of the stuff that was being done in your headquarters by dozens of mid-level officers with pens, papers, spreadsheets can be done by software. So a human might be able to do all of these things, but it might take them like a couple of days to do it. The code can do it in like a 10th of the time, way more quickly.
So while the traditional army is still manually plotting potential targets, the AI army's commander is looking at a list generated by his software, a list of targets. The software is proposing that they could hit a group of tanks that they found near the front line. They could take out a bridge that serves as an important supply line. They could target an ammunition depot that the AI believes that most of the enemy's ammunition reserves are being held. The commander evaluates these recommendations from the software and decides to target the ammunition depot using some artillery cannons that the software has confirmed have recently been serviced and have plenty of ammunition for this operation. He taps a few buttons on a screen, and a mix of humans and software start preparing to engage. This all happened very quickly, and over on the other side, they're just starting to assemble an initial list of valuable targets. The AI-enabled commander now has time to think about other potential targets. Its software is recommending that he send a swarm of drones with explosives attached to them to destroy this fleet of enemy tanks. And here's where we see yet another massive advantage of AI. These drones are piloted by humans, but as they get closer and closer to their target, the enemy sends out jamming signals to interfere with the connection between the pilot and the drone.
Suddenly I'm not able to pilot my drone because there's all this radio noise overwhelming the signal.
The pilot can no longer control the drone.
What if the drone didn't need to have a pilot?
Thanks to recent advances in AI, this drone can start flying itself.
It is looking at the object, it's comparing it to a library of images stored on the platform, and it's saying, I know I'm supposed to hit this thing. So it locks onto the target, and it says, I am going to just keep going. I can maneuver to that target in the final last 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters of flight. That's a real shift in the character of warfare when you have that precision guidance, not just on exquisite high-end systems, but on so many tiny little systems throughout the battlefield.
You can see where this is going. The AI-enabled army is able to pull off these attacks much quicker, with way more information, all enabled by algorithms that are crunching huge amounts of data. So even though these two armies have the same hardware, what matters more and more is what's inside.
What really matters is the software. What really matters is the algorithm inside.
Okay, so this was a hypothetical and simplified scenario, but in the real world, this is effectively the direction that warfare is going, relying more and more on software. Let's go through a few examples. Like in Gaza, where the Israeli military uses data from tapped phones and people's locations to algorithmically choose targets to strike.
It's a kind of AI target system, generating huge numbers of targets per day of suspected Hamas militants.
According to 6 Israeli soldiers speaking to an Israeli publication, the IDF has based a lot of its airstrikes off of AI-generated lists, treating these target lists, in their words, quote, as if it were a human decision. Now, the IDF does dispute this characterization, but the point is, AI algorithms are already being used on the battlefield to choose targets. Then there's Ukraine.
Ukraine, above all, is going to be the key test bed, because that's where we're seeing some of the most advanced military AI play out on both sides, tested, experimented.
The major innovation here has been in drones, something we made a whole video about.
Here's the dot structure, just not perfect weight. The electrons in blue, therefore that carbon gets a negative moved into here. So we have bouncing back and forth between these two as a final thought here. So we could take these electrons in red, push them into here, which would take these this resonance structure, and this one, the negative charge is
More and more software and computer vision is allowing these drones to complete the final leg of their flight, to hit their target even when the signal has been jammed and the pilot has lost control of the drone. Here in the United States, we are seeing more and more tech startups who are preparing for this new form of warfare, one that relies so much more on sensors and data and algorithms that can make sense of it all to make wartime decisions.
This is all about autonomy, and that will be delivered more than anything else by software.
The US military has been developing an AI system that can take a massive amount of aerial and satellite imagery and pick out potential enemy targets, sometimes more accurately than humans can. The UK has a similar program. And because data from sensors is such a huge part of this capability, you see more cloud computing companies like Amazon and Microsoft getting involved in defense. One data analytics company, Palantir, works a lot in defense now and says that their software allows the US military to conduct an operation that used to require 2,000 people, and now they can do it with just 20. Because software can now do a lot of that work of analyzing, synthesizing, and helping make decisions that used to be the work of lots of people. The holy grail for any military trying to get ahead on this is to aggregate all of the data from all of their many sensors into one integrated platform, one central command software that can help commanders make decisions. The US Army is working on one ambitious project that does just that.
Project Convergence uses high-tech equipment the Army says is more efficient and faster than humans.
So these are just a few examples of real-world applications of AI being integrated into war. There are so many more, and there will continue to be new programs and initiatives as this technology changes and as we learn.
If it really does all the things that proponents say it can do, then there are some people who will draw a comparison to things like the advent of gunpowder.
Okay, but wait, shouldn't we slow down and ask, yes, we can do this. This is something that technology allows us to do now, but is it ethical? Is it legal? Is it safe? Could it get out of control if we give more and more information and decision-making abilities to a computer? Will AI make war easier and quicker? Will taking humans out of the process make it less humane?
A lot of people who are against what they call killer robots will say a human must always retain control over the decision to use force. You know, do I kill them or not? I think that's the wrong way to think about it. The bit that will always be most controversial is the final lethal decision. You could argue the really consequential step was taken when you identified something as a target in the first place. Would we rather have a commander who is pressing the red button to approve a target that's opted by its user, but is mashing the red button on loop saying, yep, human control to me, even though from a technical perspective, yeah, they're signing off on each target, but they're doing so without any real engagement, moral or intellectual, with what they are doing.
Like any technology, it's not one way or the other. It comes down to how well we understand it and how we use it. Shawshank argues that what's most important isn't whether or not we give decision-making and autonomy to these machines, but whether or not the human who is in control and actually making the decisions based on what the machine is telling them understands the software, what it's good at and what it's not.
Whereas if you have a computer system that is offering a bank of targets and the commander is scrutinizing them,
Wait. Fridge.
Bra! Bigol Beyala!
1,000 fleets on my head. Why can't I ever get this right? I never wanted to be a homewrecker. Family crisis. My God. My God. Oh, Vicky really doesn't like Moon now. And Vicky's got to go to work. And he didn't get to eat because of that. Oh, no. Oh, no. Our lives stink. Alright, let's eat dinner together, Moon. Two good friends having a nice little dinner. Nope, let's not answer that. It's family dinner time. Let's not answer that, okay? Family dinner time. Alright, yeah, get out of the way. And then get back on the computer, have some more fun. Walnut's gonna go to the toilet. Always look really weird to me. Yeah, this game's like one of the greatest games of all time. I think Sims 2 improves drastically compared to Sims 1. But goddamn, this game was freaking mind-blowing when I was a kid. Alright. Social... I mean, my social's still shit, dude, and it's 1 in the morning. I'm screwed. I don't know what the fuck to do with Walnut. He's useless. Wait. Don't go to sleep, Moon. Walnut and Moon, start hanging out. Chat. Chat with each other. Entertain him with a joke. Talk to him about interests. Give him a friendly hug. Himura, TT. How's the social going, guys? Okay, a little bit more talking. We're almost there. We're almost all socialed up. Tickle him. Tickle him on the ribs. Tickle Walnut on the ribs. What? Haha. Best friends, yippee. Maybe he can make some friends playing World of Warcraft? Yeah, maybe. I don't know, dude. Play World of Warcraft. See if you can make some friends there. Social's just going down. It's going down. Is that guy Moon or Dan's Gaming? Well, I'm sorry. The options were very limited. I couldn't really do anything but make Dan's Gaming. Who is this? The end is near. Make preparations. Alright. You called, Curious One? I sense a desire to improve the physical existence. Shall it be from the realm of fire or the realm? Let's do water this time.
We gotta get our social up. Just keep petting.
And part of that spell. Flood!
Hold up, I'm not your mom. Who told—
I don't know, Dad.
Right there. Go pull these, pull these, pull these. Take that shit. Bam, bam, bam. No, I'm not having heartburn. Oh,
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the WAN Show. I told you I was starting the thing. We've got a great show lined up for you guys this week. DeepSeek has been causing deep panic. NVIDIA's stock is down. I mean,
that was my topic.
Last time I looked at it, it was like 11%, which sounds like a lot until you consider that NVIDIA do and odd pieces. Also by our wrap partner Dbrand and our chair partner Secret Lab. Why don't we jump straight into our... What's the title today? What is our headline topic? Oh, does what we do even matter?
Yeah.
This was actually inspired by a really cool visual that Paul's Hardware created. That was awesome. Showing how the 5080 kind of blows compared to previous generational uplifts from 80 class cards. Now, our review wasn't exactly glowing either. We pretty much pointed out that it's a bit better, but if this doesn't beat a 4090, the upcoming 5070, contrary to what NVIDIA has been claiming, absolutely will not beat a 4090. But the question that, looking at Paul's graphs and looking at the viewer retention for our 5080 review, and not just ours, but 5080 reviews around the internet, the question that it raised in my mind was, does what we're doing even make a difference? And I'm not trying to be defeatist here or anything, but the 5090 literally sold out in seconds.
Well, there was like none of them.
Literally instantaneously. This is a
You're gonna
$2,000.
have 4 of anything. It's gonna sell pretty quick.
This is a $2,000 GPU, and then the 5080. Apparently, bots scalped the entire stock from multiple EU countries before the official launch, thanks to a leaked distributor link. After signing a Zotac 5090 at Micro Center, Jay's 2 cents found the thing listed on Marketplace for $5,800 later that day, which I find disgusting. They had an opportunity to price it at $5,080, and they went for $5,800. That's outrageous.
That is outrageous.
It's joke. Either way is outrageous. Please, for the love of God, /s.
Nope. You're serious.
And here is a hilarious post that is now gone from r/PCMR.
Oh, it was up before the show.
Justifying scalping.
Oh, but I'm not bad because I only scalped 1 card.
So here's the thing. Scalpers are clearly getting utterly detached from reality amounts of money for these things because they wouldn't price these things so high if nobody was buying them. NVIDIA clearly has zero incentive whatsoever to lower pricing. We talked about this in our recent video. Is now a good time to buy a PC, right? We talked about how what happened the last time around that we had a huge spike in pricing was the dominant player in the market, and that's NVIDIA, noticed that, oh, people will totally pay that much for this stuff.
Well, they'll keep the prices high.
Whether we're paying tariffs or whether there is, COVIDflation or whatever the case may be, if people will pay it, that's what the market will bear, and that's going to make our shareholders real happy.
No competition.
And so I'm looking at it going, we spend how many person hours do you think went into something like our 5090 and 5080 reviews? And I'm combining them because a lot of the work was somewhat overlapping because it was the same driver release from NVIDIA for both cards. A lot of the testing for 5080 review was done on the 5090 review and stuff like that.
It completely dominated the output from the labs from the testers and Nick and some other people being involved for
probably a solid like 2-3
weeks.
weeks. Yeah. And then we had one writer dedicated to it for a couple of weeks, probably more like 2.5.
And
then
there's we went to CES largely for information that informed that.
Oh yeah, that's true.
So I think that counts.
I mean, it would be fair for me to say that there's hundreds of hours in those reviews.
Easily.
So we say, hey, this thing is not really that worth it. It sells out immediately. People pay scalper prices for them. And here's where this thought train kind of led to. I was looking at the number of views on our reviews for these cards, and not just ours, but also from other reviewers around the web. And I would say that looking at the 5080 and the 5090, the TAM, so the total addressable market, the total number of people that actually watch a hardware review video for a GPU is probably somewhere between
the Lamborghini of the GPUs.
Either way,
which tends to get more views.
We sure. Oh yeah, sure. Because we get way fewer views on the cards that people buy more. Actually.
Yes. Yeah.
So even for the best case scenario, the TAM is probably somewhere between 4 and 6 million people.
Because there's a lot of crosstalk. People watch more than one video.
There'll be a ton of overlap because we aren't the only ones who for years have said, hey, don't just take one review's word for it.
Go watch all of them.
Yeah, you can go watch more so that you can get multiple perspectives because everyone's going to have slightly different ideas about what they think is important.
And I will say, as kind of expected, this generation was like one of the best examples of that.
Yeah.
There was a lot of different outlets that took different angles on this. I mean, you pointed out Paul's earlier, if I remember correctly,